is Saturday, my dudes. How is everyone doing tonight? We're gonna have a fun one tonight. I hope my settings are right on this camera. Yeah. Okay, good, it's saved. So yes, I included the zap. That's kind of been a meme now, and somebody went and made a GIF of that for the Discord, for the Voron Discord. So yeah, I included it. So how's everyone doing tonight? It is Saturday, it is the weekend, and we're gonna be doing some Klipper configuring. Configurizing, configuration, configuring. We'll go with configuring. Doing some electrical right now. Hopefully no zappy zap. Yeah, that was me last night. So first start off, Eric Atkins, $5. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the stream tonight. As always, anyone who donates to the stream, it pretty much goes to back into the stream, which, if you didn't watch my latest video, new camera. So, the handy cam is no more. It will be getting mounted. Somehow, I got to figure out how to mount this up here for a new overhead cam, so I can finally retire the C920 and actually use it for what it was originally supposed to be, which is the webcam for monitoring Tallboy. Because right now, I use like a 20-year-old Microsoft LifeCam on a stick. Because this guy has been shanghaied. So, I'm still kind of playing around. I know the exposure is a little high. I'm still playing with settings. I'm still learning everything there is to about a proper camera. But I need to get more lighting before I can do much more. Simply for the fact that I have to have the, the aperture closed. It's at like F10 right now, so that everything is in focus, or as much as possible is in focus. So that it's not constant, so you can see everything essentially. The camera is also for the OnlyFans, the Only Benchies. All infill, no walls. So anyways, so I'm hoping to play around with the settings some more. I think this is an okay starting point, because you got to remember, it gets crunched into the computer and then YouTube compresses the hell out of it for streaming. So I am actually out of beer right now. I gotta go raid the LCBO. Corbin, $20 new lighting fund. Yes, I will be hitting up Amazon because the camera showed up like Thursday before I was getting ready to work. Are you upscaling from? No, it should be native 1080p. It is native 1080p. 6,000 kilobits a second. That's what YouTube does, apparently. So OBS is set up for 1080p. Output 1080p, yep. Should be 1080p. Yeah, it's 1080p. Yeah, 1080p. So we're good there. Yes, I got the new text pop-ups, Streamlabs. I set that up. It's just the default free one for now. I'll look into that later. But yeah, and also default glass on the camera. So tonight we are going to be getting Klipper on this guy. And I lied. I actually already have Klipper installed on this guy. I think you guys have seen me install Klipper enough. It's relatively a simple process, especially on like a Duet, because it's literally make config flash and it's done. But last night I got home from work, and at like 2 a.m. I was blowing up Meanwell power supplies. I don't know what happened there, but picked this guy up off Amazon. It's legit Meanwell. At least it should be legit Meanwell. Wired it up in here, plugged it in, and loud thunk blew up 2 fuses because it's got the mains, or it's got the filtered inlet. Don't know what happened. I checked all my wiring. I've wired up mains many a time, so I don't know what the hell happened. Checked all the wiring, pulled the power supply out, hooked everything back up default, put some new fuses in it. Everything powered up, still home, still moved. So we're okay there. Hopefully I didn't fry anything, but everything should be okay. Put a spare buck converter that I had in it, and it's okay. As for this guy, I got my tester inlet Plug that up to it, blew the fuse on this one. So I'm assuming the power supply is dead. I have a just a cheapo buck in there. It should be enough for the Raspberry Pi because it's only a just 3B, not a plus, which only needs 2.5 amps. It's a 3 amp. Should be okay. So that's what we're looking at. All I've done is installed Klipper. We are using Fluid tonight, simply for the fact that I had Fluid already installed on the SD card. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we're using Fluid. All we have is a config for a default Voron 2 config, but this is SKR because there is no default Voron config for anything like the setup I'm running right now. And for those that don't know, let me pull down a picture if I could remember where I have one. On my Twitter. If you're not on my Twitter, follow me at 3DPNero because I post stuff on there now. So, this is my controller board setup, okay? This is a Duet clone from 2018, early 2018. It's a Duet 1.02, I believe it is. It's a FiSec one. This little bridge here is the Duet expansion bridge that connects it to what was originally the Voron 2 ramps expander, and this was designed to interface with the ramps, with two 2208s driving my XY motors, or my AB motors, because Core XY. So I got this the 4 Z motors on here. The extruder is the Z motor. 2208s running in one-time program spread cycle mode only. Why is that flashing? Oh, okay, that's the node card. I'm running SSR, 200 watt power supply. We got our buck converter, Raspberry Pi, and another buck converter just to power this 12 volt fan. So, no DuX, and a completely non-standard config. So what that means is we're going to kind of have to figure out a way to combine a bunch of stuff to make it work. So let me check on chat. How's everyone doing tonight? When installing Klipper on a Duet, do I need a Raspberry Pi? Yes, it does, because Klipper runs on the Raspberry Pi. You can't run Klipper on the Duet standalone. It's not powerful enough because it still needs the Raspberry Pi. Brian Thorpe, what's up? What's up? If you need a SKR Mini E3, I don't need the pin config. So I already have a pin config. Because on the Duet, or on the Klipper thing, they have a config here for pretty much all the motors, I believe. And then what I will have to do is reference Duet pinout and look at what a Duet pinout is. And we're going to be cross-referencing a lot of stuff tonight, guys. It's going to be fun. And by fun, it's going to be fun. But we're basically going to have to go through and make a config from scratch tonight. So this is going to be interesting. So let's get started. I probably will be breaking into the wobbly pops at some point. Also, I am turning the music on the stream for tonight because probably going to be a lot of me staring at this screen or some other random screen. So let's get started. Enjoy some lo-fi beats. If it's too loud, let me know. Okay, so let me catch up on chat. Yes, Duet 2 installing Klipper. You can run Klipper on a Duet. You don't need to run RepRap firmware. Don't forget to smash that like button, ring the bell, and all that jazz. Yes. Time for some pinout diagrams. Yes. We'll be able to get the touchscreen. Apparently, so for those that don't know, this is a Panel Do. Panel Do runs its own firmware, and then it talks to the Duet. So the Panel Do is like still up, but like I touch the buttons and nothing happens because there's, you know, it's not talking to anything. Apparently though, what is it? Not mainsail, not whatever the API interface is for Klipper. Moonraker can talk to this. So you can actually, I'm pretty sure you can get the panel do working, but one step at a time. So yeah, so apparently there is a way. Probably won't get to it tonight, but yeah. So the fan's on right now. It's going to run for a while, probably. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go through this and going to make it work. So if anyone has any questions about anything, like just so we can not have me staring at a screen all night, open forum, have fun. So the first thing I did, all I've done so far was heaters and put in the serial ID just so I can ensure that one, when I turn this on, the heaters don't crank to max and we have a runaway. And two, that it is actually talking, and it is talking to it. So we do have communication, we just don't have a valid configuration. And yeah, how's the custom apron holding up? So far, honestly, pretty good, I will say. The logo's still embossed pretty well. I don't think it's faded or deformed. It might have softened a little bit, but that's actually probably good. But yeah, Klipper is broken into two parts. The firm. Oh yeah. Okay, so stepper X. Oh yeah, and this is another thing. Oh, I love autofocus because now. Oh, focus. Well, of course, it's white paper in front of a white camera. I wrote down what motor goes where, and I saved my Duet config. So if I accidentally need to reference anything like Z offset, I have that already. I have that saved. I did save it. So my X motor is my B motor, and that's the motor I don't know because my wiring, again, for underneath the hood, there's still Cat 5 in here from V2.0 days. This setup is completely non-standard and has been moved and shifted a lot. But this is legacy V2.0 stuff in here. Like you can still see, there you go. There's some Cat 5 cable still in this machine from V2.0 days, like 2 years, actually, yeah, 2.5 years almost, stuff like that. So I don't think this has Duet on it. Duet. Generic. Oh, okay. Duet. Okay, so that's good there. Oh, is this the pin mapping? Okay. Okay, there we go. So stepper X, Y, Z, Z. Z's. Z2, Z1. On drive E4. It's going to be a fun stream tonight, guys. Yeah, just put the Duet firmware back in there. But honestly, I want to get Klipper on this guy. It's been like, I've been putting it off for like almost a year now. On drive E1, drive E2. You know what? I'm just going to find the 50 Duet. There we go, Duet. Okay. Band 3. Oh my. You know what? I'm just going to find the pinout. Let me. Duet pin assignment. Is it pin assignment? Where's the pinouts? Easiest way to periodically lube linear rails with PTFE oil. I just pack them with grease before I install them, and that's about it. I don't go through and pull them. Where's the Duet? Where is... I can't find where the actual pinout is. End stops, GPIO servos. Duet hardware. Duet 2 hardware. Duet 2 Wi-Fi. Is this what I'm looking for? Okay, that's the call outs, but what is the... That ain't what I need. Main features, I don't care about the features. Where's the, No, that's the older one. Oh no, that's a Duet. I need the Duet, but... Where's where it calls out the actual pin assignments? Unless I'm missing something here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, my X motor is on the 2208, and that is extruder 0, so XYZ, extruder 0, extruder 1. That would be, these four would be on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, no. Four, 5. Yeah. And then 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. So these motors are on the Duet. And then these ones would be the Duet. So it would be E2. Right? So direction pin would be that. Right? Assuming that's right. 28. Step pin, PD2. Yeah, this is going to be a great stream. Enjoy the music, guys. This is why I've been putting this off for a while. And stop pin. Oh, Eric Atkins, since you brought it up, my current Z offset, 2.399. I have to use negative 0.3 millimeter, baby stepping to get a good first layer. I'm afraid to change the Z offset and ruin my PI. If you're always having to do a 0.3 millimeter Z offset every time you start a print, you might as well just make that your offset. So end stop pin. Is that? And SPI N pin. I don't think I need to worry about an SPI pin. Because in the extruder section, what is the point of defining nozzle size and config? That is to take into account, I think for some of the slicer or for some of the firmware specific stuff like pressure advance, I believe. If you look in the Klipper documentation, it may be called out why, in some of the configs or whatever. I know the Kevin just refreshed a lot of the stuff in the Klipper documentation. So if you look in there, I think it might be called out in there. Okay, uncomment for a 250 build, which we have here. Okay, there you go. Volumetric extrusion limit. That would be it. Okay, so we have that. So I don't need the SPI because we are running not TMCs on this motor. So I don't think I need to put... I've never set up a Klipper config without TMCs. So I'm assuming for like plug and go motors, I don't need to have any of the interpolation stuff. So I would just have TMC, what was it? It would just be TMC 2209 or 2208 stepper X. That would be no UART pin. Microstepping 16, yeah. Interpolation true. I don't need run current. I don't need hold current. And sense threshold. And I don't need stealth chop because they are running. I don't need the whole config section then. Yeah, because yeah, microstep would be set by, the only thing I think I could set would be interpolation, right? Yes, Jared, this is from scratch because I don't think anyone has a config for V2 with the Duet plus ramps expander. If you happen to have one, let me know, please. thank you. Please let me know. But not even interpolation. Okay. Deleted. Yes, madman. Okay, so E3 would be PD22, because this would be my Y stepper. Okay, so that is direction pin. And I'm probably going to have to be converting or flipping a bunch of stuff. PD1 is step pin. I don't know if those spaces have any effect, but I'm... There we go. End stop pin. And then I don't have SPI, so no SPI. It's a 250 build. Oop. Homing speed, sure. Make sure. Deleted. Yeah, it's not connected through UART. Like, I've been running them. RepRap firmware handled it just fine. Where they would just be 2208s and just dumb mode. I could plug A4988s in here, and it would work fine for the X and Y motors. So they are set with the potentiometer, and they're flashed one-time program to spread cycle only mode. Okay, now the Z motors. So we have 4 Z motors. So... yes, the 2260s do have, like, they are called out here. You can see them, like, yeah, they're SPI bus. So they are called out. There is Klipper configs for Duet, just not one for a Voron on Duet. So position end stop. So documents. Where's my downloads? Downloads, config, edit with notepad. Oh, there's my Klipper config. Oh, show subscribers. Welcome, Herman. Herbert. Sorry. So there is my Klipper config. All that fun stuff. Where's my... I don't even know where... Like, I haven't touched anything in this config in so long. Oh, wow. Where is... End stop position? Firmware retractions, thermal tools. Yeah, I'll look through that later. Okay, so Z motor. So... Microstep 16, interpolation false. UART pin. Oh wait, no, that's not what I'm looking at. Okay, step pin. So this would be front left. Yeah, because that goes up to 3. Yeah, okay. So I have Z0 is my E1. So E1 is PD9. And I don't need a UART pin because it's 2208s, and I don't think 2208s use UART. Yeah, they don't. So it'd be CS pin, right? Yeah, CS pin. This is fun, guys. Oh my god. If you're worried about it, if you're constantly having to adjust at 0.3, it's fine. A 0.3 millimeter is usually, depending how thick your PI is, you might not destroy it. I've accidentally dug like 0.5 millimeter to it and not damage it. So, stepper Z. So this is front left. And that is step pin. Okay. PD4. PD4. Direction pin. PD9. So I'm going to leave the same ones inverted, and hopefully I'm actually going to have to do a stepper buzz on this big time, because I really don't want to fry anything or break anything. What is the enable pin? Step distance. That should be the same. And stop pin. 16. Enable pin. Oh, SBI enable. Yeah, that would be that, right? Yeah, enable pin. Position end stop. I think it's, yeah, -5. Then we'll go with 0 for now, because I use literally the old school clicky switch, Omron pressure cooker switch from V2.0 spec still. Be more fun if Jeff or Jim were here. I spend too much time because I try to thank everyone who donates. Position max is 40. Position min, 5mm homing speed. Yep. Okay. So this is 22 or 2660. So what I'm going to do is this would be drive E1. Where's E1? I should be able to just copy the whole thing. So stepper Y, on drive E4, E5, E6, E0, E1. Okay, here we go. So let me make sure this is right. So step pin PD4. PD4, yep. Direction pin PD9, yep. Enable pin PC6. Okay, so we'll go with that then. I'll go with whatever this is, because honestly I should be able to just copy this whole thing. Right? Because you know, this is the extruder motor, but I'm using it for a Z motor. Don't you have to rename TMC? Yep, I know. I gotta, when I get to that, I'll get to, I'm trying to go down the list as I do it. So I should just be able to copy this, because that is what it is. So it'll be 2660. And then just put that there. False. Stealth chops threshold. Nope. 0. On your Z, I don't recommend running stealth chop on your Z. There we go. So that should be good there. So Z1 is my X motor now. So where is X on here? So I'm just going to copy all these. I'm just copy and pasting them and hoping it works. Oh, there we go. X. Any direction. Right. Step pin PD6. Direction pin PD11. Enable pin PC6. Step distance should be fine. Okay, so we're good there. It's pretty much what I had to do. Yeah. This is like, luckily with Klipper, it'll tell you if you screw up. Like you'll hit save, restart, and be like, yo, this is wrong. Fix me. Make that a little bit bigger, you know. So that big black void there. Okay, so Z1, I think I got that one done. Okay, now for Z1, again, that's E. $60. Okay, Microsoft's 16, interpolate false. Sense resistor. It uses a different sense resistor? Why would they use different sense resistors on different Z motors? Thank you, Kilo. Okay, if it uses different sensors, like it does. I guess that would kind of make sense because this is technically my X and Y motor, maybe. I don't know. So run current. We're gonna run these all the same. 0.8. Old current. Trying to make these all the same. Okay, so Z2 is my Y motor. Josh Light, why Klipper? Why not? All my other machines run Klipper. I really like the firmware. It gives you a lot of powerful options when it comes to configuration, and they're constantly adding new abilities. The reason is this is my workhorse printer, and I want to play with input shaper on it. Sense is driver dependent. Yeah, it's because right here it's showing, you know, the X for the stepper X, it's showing 0.051 for the sense resistor. For the Y, it's showing 0.051, but then for the Z motors, it's showing 0.051. Oh, you know what? That might have been the old config. Yeah, let me set that there. There we go. Yeah, the sense resist. Yeah, that's the old. Sorry. There we go. Fix that. Don't want that. Yeah, there we go. Fixed. Rip Duet, weird config. Yeah, also my Duet config is like macros and macros and macros to make this thing work, and it's from 2018. It's ancient, and I really didn't want to update it because I was probably going to break something, and I'm not great with firmware, and I did not want to have to do all that again. At least with Klipper, once it's configured, then it's easier to update stuff. It's just sudo apt-get update. Or just save the config, update the memory or the flash card, reinstall it, copy the config over, and you're good to go. So Z2 is my Y motor. So stepper Y. Step pin is PD7. Direction PD12. Enable pin PC16. Step distance, yep. Okay, so you are true 0.051. Delta drop threshold 0, old 0.08. Okay. Stepper 3, Z3 is my E0. So that would be E4. I don't want E4, I want E0. There we go. Okay. The step pin is PD5. Direction pin, PA1. Enable pin, PC6. Step distance should be right. Okay. UART stuff. Oop, wrong button. Triple 8. False. False. I might turn it back on. We'll see. Right now, turn it off. What is the biggest difference between Klipper and rep wrap? I haven't played with any new rep wrap configs in quite a while. So, my usage of rep wrap is based around rep wrap firmware from 2018, mid 2018, because I'm very, if it ain't broke, don't mess with it. Klipper, I think, has had more updates recently. It has more features. People that could really dive into it more than me can probably elaborate a bit more, but it's a lot easier to add stuff to Klipper. So there's a lot of fancy stuff being added to it, such as input shaper, different interface options. You can run it on different hardware. So yes, this has a Duet, but you can run Klipper. My other machines, I have SKRs, I have a custom Taco Raven board, even ramps, you can run Klipper on it. Like, as long as you have a Raspberry Pi, you can run Klipper on it, and the MCU is supported. So let me save right now just to make sure. Okay, so my extruder is my Z motor. So Z is my extruder. Oh yeah, no constant or recompiling. I don't know for RepRap firmware. Do you have to? You don't have to recompile it. You just save the config. Same thing with Klipper. You just, you know, I'm updating the config right now, and I will literally just hit save, click a restart button, and 5 seconds later I can test it. Okay, so PD8 direction pin, PD13 enable pin. A lot of PC6s. Hope I'm doing this right. Okay, so step distance is, I don't remember. Nozzle diameter, sure. Heater pin. So where is heater hot end? So extruder 1. Okay, so there we go. So PA16. Sensor pin is PC12. Control PID, cool, I can do that later. Pressure advance, sure, adjust that later. And my Z. Step in PD8. Oh, no, that ain't it. Oh, here we go, okay. One, interpolate false. Yep. Stressed. Okay. Save. Okay, here bed. Now the bed I should just be able to copy. The bed should just be the bed. So that's PA19. Yep, okay. Oh, it's the same thing. Sensor pin. Did I update this one? Oh, I might have updated this one. Yeah. Yeah, I did update. Okay, so probe. So my Z probe. Oh my god. Andre, what is the pinout for the Z probe on the Klipper or the Duet ramps expander? Oh my god. So for those that don't know, on this guy, the probe plugs in here. We actually, like, when this board was designed, this was, I think, Brack Show long time ago, because this was originally for ramps. Instead of having to deal with the BAT85 and whatever, it's just built in. So you just plug the probe directly into the expander board and it just works. Pin 24. But Raymond, is that on the Duet or the Duex? Because I'm running on the Duex for that portion. Yeah, see, it's technically on the Duex. Because I have my Z end stop is hooked up to the Z end stop button. Have you got your Duet config? It's E6. Demos. Notepad. So this is like the custom tools, probe, thermal. Z probe. H6. Set Z probe type from modulated height. Oh my. E6 stop. Okay, so where is... Okay, so it's E6. So that would be PA17, right? Oop. Happy frame, $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Which one is better? This? I'm actually... Oh my god. Okay, the screw sorting stream. Can't believe I did that. E6 stop. I'm trying to find it. MISC pins. Yeah, because I need the pin number. So is it, where's E6 stop? What is that pin number? Unless that would just be this right here, PA17, right? Just be PA17, right? Yeah, okay. X offset, Y offset, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's good there. Heater fan, hot end fan. So, PC23. Um, 26. I can't remember which fan is what, so I'll just have to. I don't remember. 1 second. Let me take a look. Where's my fan? Hopefully don't drop the printer. Rotate. Those are end stops. You know what? It's easier. I bring this. Put you on your back. There, now I can look at it. Paper mister. So fan 0 and fan 1. Okay, sure. Okay, sure, kickstart time. Yeah, sure. Controller fan. I don't have a controller fan because it just runs all the time because it's an Octa and it's quiet. 250 V2, so light. It still weighs like 40 pounds. I don't have any of the panels on it. Idle timeout, sure. Only override Z. Axis Z, set position 0. Quad gantry leveling. Okay, so this is a 250 build. There we go. Okay. Speed 100. Yep. What's all this? Display. I don't... no display. We'll figure out that later. Macros. Okay. Bed mesh. Print end. Save. Okay. So, we heart you. Aw. Thanks, guys. So, it's configured. I think we are okay. So what I'm going to do now, flip it up so you guys can see. We're going to hit restart, and then Klipper is going to yell at us for everything that I've done wrong. So it's saved. And here comes the part where I hit reset and it goes, you idiot, you screwed this up. Hold current is not valid for that. Okay, so I gotta... hold. So do 2660s not support hold? Oh, I forgot to rename a bunch of these. 2660. 660. 2660. Save. Restart. Okay, so maybe 2660s can't do hold? I don't know. Uh, 2660. Oh, idle current. It's called idle current, maybe. Right? That would be it, right? Which is better, main cell or fluid? Honestly, at this point in time, it's a toss-up. It honestly comes down to what you like more in terms of the interface, in terms of which colors are prettier. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna not have hold. Good idea, Raymond. If it don't work, just delete it. Save. Stealth chop trap. Oh. Do 2660s don't even have stealth chop, do they? Do they? Yeah, 2660s don't even have stealth chop. Forgot about that. Deleted. Deleted. This is why I like Klipper. Like, I'm screwing up the config and it's telling me everything I screwed up. Okay. Is that all a stealth job? Can't spell. Okay, save and close. Restart. Unknown value, PA. Okay, it doesn't know what PA 917 is. Oh, remove the... Okay, save and close. Restart. Cannot update MCU config as MCU as it is in shutdown once. What do you mean? Right there. Why aren't you working? Okay, what is this error? Oh, firmware restart. Okay, unknown value, P2.1 and enumeration. Edit. F. So enable pin for stepper X. So stepper X is my E. Crud. What do we decide it was? So E2. So that would be on drive E2. So enable pin. Oh, it's PC6. And what was I copying from earlier up there? Yeah, so this is probably all gonna be wrong. So that enable pin. Oop. E28. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay. So then Y is probably gonna be wrong too. So Y is my E3. And my enable pin should be PC6. I think they're all PC6. Are they all PC6? Yeah, they're all PC6. Okay, save and close. Restart. Oh, I forgot. Firmware restart. Okay, try again. PE0. What is PE0? Edit. PE0. Stepper X. PC14. PA2. Close. Restart. If I start a new Core XY printer from scratch, would you suggest me to go with the Duet? Or I would go with SKRs. Just get dual SKRs. OID's already allocated. What is OIDs? Honestly, the only reason this has a Duet is because I already have... If you have Duet, you might as well use it. It's still good hardware, but at this point in time, honestly, I wouldn't go out and buy a Duet because you can get SKRs with 2209s, which are, I think, a better, honestly, probably the best driver for your 95% of 3D printers is TMC 2209s. And it's cheaper. Okay, I gotta swap my fans. So my fans are backwards. And ADC out of range, whatever that means. Well, I know what that means, but we got to figure out why it's doing that. Okay. So this one is 23. This one is... Okay, so what am I doing? So that one is 26. And this one's 23. Save and close. Okay. Just get a regular SKR. The Pro is PE. There's no, especially with Klipper, there's no point getting the Pro. Just get a regular SKR 1.4. Although honestly, right now the E3, is it the E3 Pro? Actually, it might, or Turbo. It's whatever one is basically a larger SKR Mini E3. It's like, it's the full size one. So it has the integrated 2209s, and it has the I thought I saved you. How did I fix that? It's a full featured board. Okay, so the fans are right. Dashboard. Okay, so my extruder is obviously not 2 degrees, so we have an issue there. Close. So it's gonna go, oh my god. So where is our heater bed? Which one was it wrong? Was it the bed or the... Yeah, the extruder. Extruder, direction pin, enable pin, sensor pin. There we go. So E. And the heater pin is PA16, which it should be PA20. There we go, save and close. And we'll restart. Huzzah! Okay, so SD card, not found in configuration, pause, resume, not found in configurations, cancel print, not found in configurations. So, I need to put those in. Yeah, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Printer, big. So virtual SD card. I think I just need to write virtual SD card, right? Oh yeah, it's moved. Okay, so for those that don't know, Klipper config docs is they've moved a bunch of stuff. So it is, where is it? E3 Turbo. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Code overview, code changes, code reference, config reference. Yeah. So they've updated a lot of the Klipper config stuff. So it's still a wall of text, unfortunately, but like virtual SD card. Oh, hey, this is what I want my virtual SD card to be, is this. So, hey, I will add that right here. Sure, why not? Save and close. Restart. Oh, hey, there it is. It's fixed. And you can see it explains, you know, what this is. Force move, you can like, this tells you all the stuff. Like if you want to add stuff to your printer, you can go through there and see all the options that you can have and add it. So there we go. Oh, hey, added that. What else do I need to add? Display status. I don't have a cancel print macro. I'll make one later. Should I change it or? Yeah, it's invalid. Printer. Edit. What is it? Path _ G codes. Okay. Right. Okay. Display status. Okay. Well, I don't need display status. I don't have a display. Oh, I just need to add. Okay. Display status. That's easy. Hey, add display status. Okay, now pause resume macro. Does anyone have a good cancel macro? The one that's included with mainsail OS. Yes. Is there a link to it on the GitHub? I don't think I honestly, I really don't need it until I go to crunch a print. Okay, where's the macros down here? Okay, why aren't you giving me that fancy color? Oh, you got a little wiki thing here. Oh, here we go. Oh, Jesus. Cancel print. There we go. What other macros you got here? Macro resume. I already have resume, I think. Yeah, I'll add all these. Why not? It's free real estate. It's free macros, guys. Resume. Pause. Oop. There we go. Save and close. There we go. So Y is open, X is triggered. Y is triggered. Okay, X is open. Oh, wait. Okay, Z end stop ain't working. Okay, so config. I like that little tool there for checking them. So where is... I'm going to delete this giant block of pin definitions because I don't need this. Blah, go away. Okay, so... Said and stop pin. That was... Okay. Save and close. Restart. Open. Close. Okay, so I should have to invert my end stops for X and Y, I believe. So invert that and Y and stop pin that. Okay, save and close. Restart. Wow, we have 72 people here right now. Oh, I forgot. I got to put the little doodad after the thing. Right? So it would be... Oop, nope, nope. So it's enable invert. There we go. Okay. Honestly, so I know there are... oh, shoot. I can't pronounce it. I don't know how you're even supposed to pronounce it. It's like Harry Potter. I called Hermione Hermy-one when I was a kid because you don't know how to pronounce it. Kiao, or whatever that tool is that auto installs everything. I kind of, you know, it is nice to have an all-in-one installer that, hey, it just does it. But being able to know what you are messing with, especially when it comes to firmware, especially for an electronic device you built, is actually really nice and handy. How do you pronounce it? Is it Kiao? Kiao? Like, Chris Henkel, $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. How old is my German Shepherd dog? He is technically not mine. He's my wife's. He is 8, I believe. Do you want me to go get him? I can go get him. Let me go get the doggo. Coda. Coda. Come on, up. Come here, up. Up. Come on, up. Oh, you're old doggo. Oh my God. Say hello. Say hello. Here. You can see how messy my room is right now. Go down. Oh, doggo boy. Oh, doggo boy. Sit. Sit. Oh, the pets. Oh, the pets. Go get the doggo. It's gotta be worth a like, guys. Come on. Go get the guy. Okay, go way back. Go mope by the door. My wife's working tonight, so he's being all mopey and hanging out by the front door waiting for her to come home. Which also means, right now, I have the baby monitor because the little guy's sleeping. So if I have to run off stream, it's because he woke up. Okay, so where were we at? Oh, I missed, Corbin, $5, doggo. Yes, doggo, thank you, man. Yeah, he's like 110, 111 pounds. He's a heckin' foofer. What does my wife do? She works at a job. Puts pictures of cats on t-shirts. Okay, so, how do I check? Oh, shoot. Dashboard, we got that. Tool. Okay, so we are good there. Klipper state ready. Let's do some motor, stepper buzz. How do you do, what's stepper buzz command? Klipper, stepper buzz. Verify heaters. So let me just make sure the heaters. So query probe. Oh yeah, query probe. Query underscore probe is open. Oh, they updated. Okay, they updated fluid. So it's very common that when you want to resend another G code that you've let me close that down. That you've already sent before, you just can hit up and it pops back up. So it said open, and now I put a piece of metal next to it. Triggered. Yay. Probe's good. E2Q numbers. Love the doggo. Love the stream. Love you. Aw, thanks, man. $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Stepper buzz. Yeah. So let's do some stepper buzzing. What else? Verify end stops. We did that. Stepper buzz, stepper X. So how it should work, X and Y, I'll worry about those later, but it'll move one direction and then another. So when we do the Z motors, I'm gonna have to check each one individually and make sure they like either all move up first or all move down first, because otherwise you're gonna rip a gantry apart. I'm getting nothing out of X. Let's try Z. Do this one. Down, up, down, up. Okay, that's good there. Okay, so it goes down, up. So Z1 should be this guy. Down, up. Okay, so Z2 is good. It should all move up first. Okay, so if they're all backwards, I can just invert them all. Okay, stepper 3, which is Z2. Okay, so that's going down first too. Yeah, stepper buzz, like, if you watched my stream where I built the bonsai, I honestly just YOLO'd it. Even with my V0, I just YOLO'd it and just said, hey, let's see if it homes. But with the flying gantry on a V2, if this motor wants to go this way and if this motor wants to go that way, all at the same time, under full torque, it'll rip your gantry apart. So that was 1, 2, okay, so now 3. Okay, so all the motors are backwards, which is great, because then I just gotta flip them all and we're good. So go into the config, stepper X, stepper Y, so direction pin, delete that. Convert that, delete that. Convert that. Save and close. Dashboard. Oh. Restart. Okay, we're good there. So now we got to figure out X ain't moving. Let's see why. Okay, so I got nothing on my X and Y motors. Invert enable pin. Oh, that's a good point. Because we have all kinds of fancy stuff. So shared pin PC6 must have same polarities. So it's not that. Yeah. So it's not the enable pin. So maybe it's a step pin that I have incorrect. It could be the step pin. Duet, Klipper, config. So let's see here. So, no, that's not it. Duet 2.2x. So it's using motors E3 and E4, right? Because the Duet has XYZ, E0, E1. So it'd be, no, E2 and E3. So E2. So did I just, oh, you know what? I think these ones I copied wrong. No, PD2. And direction pin PD28. Enable pin PC6. Direction pin shouldn't matter though if it's inverted or not. And stop pin. Position minimum. Okay, so Chris, this is fluid. This isn't mainsail. Start. Yeah, I'm getting nothing. So the motors ain't moving. Yeah, so again, for those that don't know, this isn't a Duet. This is why it's funky, because my X and Y motors are 2208s in standalone mode on an expander board attached to a Duet. It is nowhere near a stock setup, okay? So this is one of the reasons I've been kind of backing off doing this update for a while and finally jumped in it tonight because content. Are they connected? Yes, they were connected. Like literally everything was running perfectly, and then I flashed Klipper on it. So nothing hardware wise has changed. So it's not stepper buzzing. Let me see here. Klipper 208 standalone. Okay, let's see here. Make sure you use the latest version of Klipper. Okay. No magic smoke. Magic smoke was last night off stream, and it really wasn't magic smoke. It was just me popping fuses. No, Team C. Example config. Actually, no, because they have the new. Docs. 208. Okay, so let's see here. So 2208, the pin is connected to the UART line. This parameter must be provided. But we don't have that. So there's no UART pin. Step pin, direction pin, enable pin, and stop pin. That's it. There is nothing fancy there. Oh, okay. I see what you mean about the mainsail update there. X enabled PD23. What are you referencing there, Andre? What am I looking at? Oh, it's... Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean because it's not using the same... because it's not UART. It's not UART. PD23 and PD24. That makes sense because it's not running UART. It's running, or SPI or whatever the heck it is. They're in dum-dum mode. Now, hopefully Klipper doesn't have an issue with that. Doesn't appear to. Okay, so we're good there. So let's stepper buzz it. Yeah, see, okay, so for those that don't know how Klipper works, it's just pinouts. So as long as you know the pin, like, you can just tell it to do whatever that pin does, and if it works, it works. Stepper X pin. Okay. So it's not moving, but locked up, that's for sure. Try Y. Okay, so it's not moving, but when I do the stepper buzz, it locks that motor up, so the motor's not spinning. So let me try homing. So it's still not moving. Okay. Yeah, X step PD2, Y is PD1. Yep, I have that. That's correct. Updated to enabled is correct. No, the end stops are fine. We checked the end stops. Those shouldn't have changed. Like, okay, the tool head's like completely locked up right now, so it's not moving. Maybe I gotta invert the enable pins now. Let me try inverting the enable pins. See if that works. It's only software. It's not like I can break anything doing this. Ready? Full zoom. Can I go any further? Okay, that's this. Okay, so there's 50 mil. Ooh. Okay. YOLO. By the way, I had so much fun playing with this new camera. Like I was almost late for work the day it showed up because I was just fiddling with settings and whatnot. Okay, so XY homes. We're not gonna do Z yet because we have to figure out our little position there. Okay, because right now it is. Yeah, it's all default settings, man. I gotta give it some juice to make it go a little quicker. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna power it off. I'm gonna drop the gantry down, so that way I can home and I can get an XY position of where my switch is, because completely non-standard setup, my switch is over here. I'm gonna power it off and drop the gantry down so that I can kind of line it up a bit. And it's 4-to-1 gearing, so I'm going slow so I don't blow anything up. I've done this a few times over the years. Okay. Line everything up a little bit. Okay, power back on. So now I'll home. I can get an accurate where the heck my pin is position. Why are you running fan? There we go. You're watching in 480p. Oh, come on. I get the new camera and you're watching in 480p. What the hell? Yeah, it does have power zoom. I think there's an app on my phone where I can control it, but I don't think I can actually like fully control it. I think it's like I can download photos to my phone using it. Okay. Okay, so I'm home to X and Y. So let me see here. G1, X0, Y0, F 6000. Take out my noise canceling headphones. What'd I do? Ooh, there we go. Okay. So there we go. That's there. So this is the problem with my setup, is my X, I have full, like, my bed shifted, so I don't have full X on this printer. But I do have full Y. Yeah, so there. I'm gonna have to shift my bed back, aren't I? Yeah, let's go Y max. Dang it, I gotta shift my bed back. Been used Sony. Okay, put my earpods back in. If you want a good zoom for those APC-SCs, get the 1655. I don't, honestly, this lens, I don't think I'm gonna be doing any major updates on the lens for a while. Because it's 20, honestly, 22 millimeters is what it's set at right now, and I think this is good. However, I need the right Allen key. Do I got room? Yeah. I may be moving setup. So for those that don't know, I'm in my basement right now, and my current streaming setup is one of the 2 spare bedrooms. And I have another spare bedroom on the other side of that wall. And I think I'm actually going to set it up properly like a studio. Like, because one, this was like easier to convert into a printer room back when I started, simply for the fact that it had nothing in it. But I didn't stream. The problem is I'm streaming now, and I'm talking and I'm doing stuff. Well, the master bedroom is right above us right now. So unfortunately, it gets quite loud when I'm talking constantly. Okay, that works there. So I'm thinking of taking over that room, which is a bigger room. So I don't know how all the setups will be, and turning this back into it. Near Q, $5. Get more better lens. Maybe. Right now I want to see how it works. Oh, that bokeh. Don't need that bokeh. Ecom bokum. Justin Moritz, $10. Thanks, dude. No, thank you. Or gooder. But the baby room is just above. No, so the other spare bedroom is below the computer room upstairs. So that's fine, because the baby room is over the utility room. For those that don't know, my house is a raised ranch. That's a common thing in like my area of Canada because of how deep you have to dig to get below the frost line, but not deep enough that it's a full basement. So like my window, like ground level is right here. Like right here is ground level, roughly. So. Okay, so I moved my bed back. So let me just make sure here. So right now what we're doing, G1, Y0, F, 6,000. There we go. Okay. What we are doing is I am making it so I could finally have full range of motion with my bed, because I've been lazy and haven't moved my bed since like 2.2. So I've been limited to like 240 by like 245. It wasn't good. Okay, this is annoying. I don't know if this can be fixed in the firmware or what it is, but if you want to tell your printer to move to like X210, I can't just hit 100 and hit go, because it's like, oh, it's out of range. With like RepRap firmware, and I'm pretty sure Marlin, when you tell it to do that, it just goes to max and stops. So this, I have to like drop it down to 10 and move it over. I don't know if that can be fixed in like the firmware, or if that's like an actual Klipper thing. I can't see that. Yeah. Okay, that works. Okay, so now I get full range of motion on my X, or on my Y. And I can't do anything about Z, unfortunately. Or I have full Y, I don't have full X. Have to have breathing space when it floods. Luckily, my house hasn't flooded because sump pumps and backups, and I live in a slightly newer area that actually has proper sewer mains, so no sewer backup. That's like all houses in the eastern half of the US. Yeah, technically, remember, so I live in South Detroit here, so. Okay, so bed is secured. So let's see, what do I have for X? So let's find where our end stop is. So, actually, I have almost full X. I'm like 245. Do I have 245 of X? Yeah, I got 245. Okay, so I have full Y, 245 on the X, so that ain't bad. Jim Sellers, $2. Jim, how you doing tonight, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. We are at 87 people, 42 likes. Math doesn't make sense right there. Make it make sense, guys. Hit that like button. Do Canadians build brick houses or wood frame? Wood frame with, commonly you see brick on the outside as a fascia, but it's a wood frame house. So, wood's cheap. Which is why you will never see 3D printed houses become a mainstream thing. I know you see it all the time on like news articles like, oh, some university made these 3D printed houses. They are amazing. The problem is, you know, for anyone who actually ever watched a house get built, 5 guys and some hammer and nails can frame a house in like a couple days, if that. And you don't have to move a giant machine around. So, plus trying to run wires and plumbing through concrete isn't exactly easy. Okay, so let's see. I gotta go that way. Okay, so let's get the switch lined up. Where's my end stop switch? So it's at 250. Okay, so my end stop switch is at 250 and 216. So 250, 216. So printer config, edit. So I gotta tell it to go. Where's that safe Z home thing? Extruder, probe. No. Homing override, access Z, set Z position. Okay, there we go. Okay, XY location of your Z end stop switch, update. Okay, so X 250, Y 216? It was 216, right? Yeah, okay, so X2, okay. They're 3D printing apartment complexes now. Yes, 100-year-old homes are brick, but if you've ever been in a 100-year-old home, they're usually pretty tiny. They don't have like the open spans that modern homes have. Wiring on them is atrocious. The insulation on them is atrocious. And they're a pain to update and adapt. So yes, a 100-year-old home is still standing. Same thing as a 100-year-old pile of rocks is still standing, but I wouldn't want to live in a pile of rocks. Why don't I have full X travel? Bearcool, because this is a machine that was originally a V2. My bottom panel is good old aluminium because I had used a 1/4 inch or an 1/8 inch aluminum plate for my bottom panel so I can mount stuff to it. So in the original V2.0 spec, the cross beams that your bed mounts to, they go this way. Okay, not this way like it is currently. It's mostly a cosmetic difference. So where most people are going to lose Y travel, I lose X travel. The reason it moved was in case a dual nozzle hot end that didn't suck ever came out, you would be able to hit the nozzle or both nozzles off of your end stop to ensure, like, you know, everything was calibrated, because having a gantry that can align would allow you to, if you had a hot end with 2 nozzles, be able to move your gantry a little bit to that way align your nozzles automatically, right? Because, you know, you don't have to line up your nozzles. They could be out because you can just tilt your gantry. Science and math. However, no 2 nozzle setups came out that don't suck. So moving it kind of really didn't serve a purpose, but it's pretty much you either lose X or you lose Y. I can't really spend my bed because the way I have stuff mounted to this plate, mostly the power supply, if I spin the bed, the extrusions would sit on screws and that's not flat. So I just keep the bed like that. Do I have a Patreon? I do not. I have right now just donations on YouTube. And I do have a Buy Me a Coffee. There is a link below. Also, I am now affiliated with Matter Hackers. So if you buy stuff from them, there's an affiliate link below. Go buy some filament, some printers from them. They sent me a care package, so I should be able to do some stuff on their filament, including some nylon, which will be fun. So if you want to buy anything through them, I do get a portion of the revenue from the sale, so that helps the channel. Honestly, probably by the end of the year, because so many people keep asking for it, I probably will be setting up a Patreon, because people keep asking for it, and what am I to deny people what they want? Okay, so let's see here. Kevin, though, the creator of Klipper, the guy who runs it, he has a Patreon. Give him money too. Okay, okay, let me catch up here. Tell Matter Hackers to sell V0 kits so I don't have to buy for 4. Printed Solid carries LDO, and I don't know if they carry the LDO kits, or at least the frame kits. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I updated the end stop positions. So now, restart. So printer config, edit. Let me just double check, because I'm kind of paranoid here. Because this is the point where if you don't have it right, you're going to have a bad time. Okay, so it did update. Okay. So now, home, all. Yay! Full home. Okay. So now, I want to make it do some stuff after the home. I want it to go right to the middle of the bed. So probe. That's the probe there. So I don't care about the probe. So the probe on this guy, these guys just came in. AliExpress B stock. Come on, new camera, do your thing. Oh yeah, there's the new camera. So I got some Omron probes. I got 2 of them. The probe that I have in here right now is a PL08 Photech from a year and a half ago, I think, whenever I built 2.2. When this became a 2.2, I put that probe in. And it's been like that since forever. It hasn't really had any issues. If it starts having issues, I'm going to swap it to one of these. One of these guys is going into the switch wire though, because the switch wire is fully dependent on the Z probe for its offset. And I figure a B-stock Omron probe is probably a little bit better than a $3 China probe that's in it right now. So we are good there. Will I have an OnlyFans of... Yes, it's only benchies, and again, it's all benchies, low infill, no walls. So bare benchies. What am I doing? What am I doing? I am making this want to move. So we are gonna have it. Homing override. So if I do this, it'll do a G0, move to there, it'll home, and then move that. So if I add X 125, Y 125, that'll move it to the middle of the bed, right? Right there. Oh, no, no. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? It's right there. Oh, shit. Cancel. Cancel. When I forgot to uncomment. There we go. Uncomment. There we go. And then G0. There we go. Save. Okay, so it does that. Quad gantry level. Okay, use quad gantry level to level the gantry. Min max. Ba 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 ba. So I uncommented that. Okay, probe points. There we go. Oh, well, probably. Okay, that. Yep. That's good there. Speed, displays. Okay, so we're good there. So let's try this again. So home all. Now why isn't it going to... Why aren't you doing what I want you to do? Or do I have to put this here? Save and close. Oh, I forgot to do the firmware restart. I always forget that. Dashboard. Okay, home all. Home's all. And there we go. Okay, there we go. So now, let's do a QGL and see how it handles it. Okay. So it's working. So on that, the tolerance right there was 0.0075 millimeters, and it's shooting for 0.006. So honestly, I'm pretty sure 0.007 millimeters is good enough, but it's set for checking for 0.006. And we're done. So QGL is done. So I guess it's fine with 0.0075. Okay, so it's done. So let me make sure it heats up. So all I do for that is I tell the hot end to heat up to 30 degrees. Fan kicks on, so you want to make sure your part fan kicks on, or your hot end fan kicks on. Okay, that heats up. Okay, turn that back off. Tell the bed to heat up. The bed's heating up. My lights are flickering. Shoot, I gotta do that. Okay, so time for the trick of the day. Let me pull up. Is Tallboy online? Yes, Tallboy is online. Because I'm going to steal some code from Tallboy. Notepad++. Flip your plate so you don't gouge the PI. Yeah. Don't you need a home Z again after QGL? Yeah, you could. Usually my startup routine is do a home, a QGL, and then another home, and then go print. But for those that, if you have any issues, now this is very common depending on the wiring in your house and your bed, especially with, mains powered bed. You have an issue where when your bed is heating up, your lights flicker, okay? And to get rid of that, I'm trying to find it. It's right here. Okay, so if your lights flicker when your printer is heating up, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go to your config, okay? You're going to go all the way down to your heater bed, and you're going to add a line, okay? This line right here is PWM cycle time. And you're going to put it, depending on where you are in the world, if you're in North America, you're going to put 0.0166, okay? And the reason for that is, I think I'm doing the right math here. 1 divided by 60. Yeah, because it's 60 hertz, your power. Your lights are running at 60 hertz. So if you tell it to power cycle at 60 hertz, no more flicker. If you're in the Eurozone or any of those other countries that use 50 hertz power, you're going to set it to 0.02. Okay, so you set it to 0.0166. Save. Restart. I don't have, it's on an LED ceiling light. It's literally just a shop light hanging from the ceiling. Oh, there's my smoke detector for the room, by the way. With literally like some spare diffusers I ripped out of an old broken LCD. So anyways, so now when you tell your bed to heat up, the lights don't flicker anymore. I don't know if it came across the camera because most cameras cancel it out. But yeah, so now your lights don't flicker. So just add that to your bed heaters on your printers. And that will, depending on the cycle time is whatever your power refresh rate is, 60 or 50 hertz divided by 1 or 1 divided by whatever your power hertz are. And that makes your flickering go away. You will, I'm pretty sure you have to redo your PID tune, which that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to do a PID tune. So I would redo your PID tune after that, but you should be good to go at that point. So yeah, that is a nice little trick for you guys there. Where's my fan? I gotta turn the fan on. Oh my god, that home's so slow. How low should the Omron or PL08 probe sit? So for the probe, you want the probe to trigger before you hit the bed with the nozzle, obviously. And you also want it so that the probe is sitting above the nozzle. So if the probe has a 5mm sense distance, you could set the probe 2.5 millimeters above the nozzle so that it'll trigger 2.4 or 2.5 millimeters before the nozzle hits the bed. Usually mine are sitting 1 to 2 millimeters above the nozzle. So is the motion quieter on Klipper compared to RepRap firmware? They might be. I don't have anything fancy turned on. The only thing, I turned the part fan on just to try and cool my hot end off back to room temperature. Because for those that don't know, whenever you do a PID tune, it should be whatever your starting temperature should be whatever the ambient temperature of your room is. Does that set the SSR to turn on 0 in the crossing? How's that running at 60 hertz, preventing flicker? It's running because I'm not an electrician, but basically you want it to run at the same refresh or whatever the power hertz are, so that it's in sync. Because when it's out of sync, it's like the way the waveform is, it could be drawing power and it's screwing up the waveform. I don't know. Watch that that guy from Vancouver, that Indian guy who will electrocute Electro Boom. Watch Electro Boom. I'm sure he has a video on it. Or he's not Indian. I think he's Iranian. But anyways, watch him. He probably did a video on it. But it's something to do with the way the waveforms are of power. It's like when you turn on a hairdryer, your lights dim. So kind of the same thing there. So let's speed up our homing distance because that is atrocious there. Oh, Josh Murray, $4.99. I love the music. Thanks. Okay, so for those that don't know, this is the music I stream when I'm, well, I started streaming. I've been listening to it on streams. Spotify, Harris Heller. He has a few playlists. They are all royalty free, or not royalty free, DMCA free, basically. They're specifically made for streaming. So I can play this stuff and I don't get, lawyers on me. And honestly, if you have to listen to Christmas music, the Christmas soundtrack is actually pretty good. Because it's just generic, non-Beyonce Christmas music that's good. So that's what you're listening to now. Some SSRs are 0 crossing, but it's not really needed. I've done it on a few. I have an Omron in this, an Omron in V0, and then I have a China Special in Tallboy, and even just the 24 volt bed in Switchwire. None of them have an issue with it. But yeah, Nylon X. I actually have what's it called on the way? Some Matter Hackers Pro Nylon on the way. So I'm gonna have some fun with that. Let's fix our homing speed here. Because I'm just waiting on the hot end to cool back down to ambient before I do the PID tune. Your bed, probe, speed 10. Let's go to 30. Quad gantry level. Oh, so it's shooting for 0.0075, which is pretty much a step, I think. Save and close. Okay. Restart. I have a setup for drying filament already, so I don't need something else. I did the hack a dehydrator. Okay. Why is that still slow? Why are you still slow there? My Z is loud. Unfortunately, there's really nothing I can do about that. Don't use an aluminum plate, kids, as your bottom plate. Because it will, it'll hum pretty much every time. Where is homing speed? No, it's the XY is slower. Quad gantry level, no. So G code, G28XY. So it moves up 5 mil. Homes XY. Moves to there. Oh, because I think it's set for F600. So if I do F, what is it, 1200? Okay. When I changed to 30, by the way, I changed something to 30 and I can't remember. Homing override, yeah. All the 30s, oh my god. Save and close. Restart. I don't know if you can have a... Nope, that's still slow. Oh, it's under there. Okay, that's where it is. Yep. Good point. Thank you for pointing that out, Kilo. It's homing speed. Okay, that's quicker now. So that's good there. Homing speed under X and Y. Okay, so X, add that. Homing speed. Is it, we'll go 30, right? Because I'm pretty sure that would be, it's a millimeter, or I don't know. Oh, homing speed, there it is. So it's at 25, so delete that. Yeah, so it's at 25. So let's put that at 50, because you don't want to go too fast for homing. It is homing. You want your homing speed to be slow enough, fast enough that you don't, get old and die before you home, but not fast enough that if you're standing next to the printer and things go bad, you can quickly hit the off switch. So dashboard, home all. No, it's still slow. Why are you still slow? Honestly, yeah, who cares? I only changed the Y? Oh. Okay, edit. Oh, I don't have this under the Y. Oh, max homing speed. Okay, there it is. Okay, so 50. Save and close. Start. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now, PID tuning. So, for those that have never PID tuned, anytime you do anything on your printer involving the hot end, you put a new, you don't need to do it for a nozzle, but if you change your heater cartridge, you change your thermistor, you change your heater block even, right? You switch from like a Dragon to a V6 or a V6 to a Mosquito, whatever. Anytime you change any of those three things, or all of a sudden you suddenly are printing with a hot end that has a lot, or a tool head that puts a lot of air on it, or you lost your sock and before you had a sock on it, now you don't. Basically anything that changes how the heating up or cooling down of your hot end is working, you need to do a PID tune so that it can do it properly. So it's a really simple command. It takes a couple minutes for it to run. Basically, you're going to do one for the bed, one for the hot end. I usually do the hot end first, because if you do the bed first, it might heat up your hot end from just, depends how close it is. But when you do it for whatever you normally print. So if you print ABS on your machine a lot at 240, PID tune at 240. If you suddenly have to drop it plus or minus a couple degrees, 10, even 20, it's probably not going to be a big deal. But if you're printing a lot of at 240, you want it most accurate at 240. Okay. You should have your panels on for the PID tune. For the hot end, it probably won't make a big deal. For the bed, probably. Honestly, yeah, because it will have a higher ambient temperature, but usually it gets to that ambient. So we're going to do the bed first, or the hot end first at 240. Now you should, you might want to changing type of nozzle, copper to steel. Yeah, copper to steel, because of the, you know what? I don't think you'll see much of a change there, because once it gets to the temperature, I think, I don't know. I don't know if there's enough mass there to actually have a an impact more than negligible. A bit of part cooling fan. So yes, you should tune as you run. So if your machine runs PLA with your fans maxed out all the time, PID tune at your PLA temperature with your fans running all the time. This guy, I usually have the fans at like 10 or 15%. That's usually a negligible impact, and it has a silicone sock on the hot end. Usually I find if you have a silicone sock on your hot end, and your fans aren't completely horrible in terms of their direction of where they're blowing, it usually doesn't impact your PID tune too much. Basically, look at the graph. If you got squiggly lines like crazy when your printer head is trying to hold a temperature, you should probably do a PID tune. If it's, you know, fluctuating half a degree, that's probably not going to do much damage, if any. Like, it is easy to do, but... Oh. Okay, max shutdown. Oh, okay, I see why. What do we get to? 250. So, I have a 50-watt cartridge in here. With a 50-watt cartridge, you, especially at 24 volts, you have the tendency to overshoot quite a bit. Before it's PID tuned. So what you do there is your extruder max temp, yeah, let's bring that up to 280, because this is a Mosquito. It could do that if it really needed to. So firmware restart. Okay. So learning experience for the class now. What should I not try and do right now? What should I not do right now? I fixed the issue. I bumped up our max temperature. I'm not worried about it burning because it is simply overshot because it wasn't PID tuned. And a 50-watt heater puts a lot of heat out quick. So, what should I not do right now? Yeah, you can turn your 50-watt heater down. I just PID tune it. Tune immediately. Yes, Austin. I should not run another PID tune right now because my hot end is at 160. So, while it's doing that, we're going to do the bed. because we're gonna have to wait for that to cool down. So we're gonna do extruder, or not extruder bed. It's what's it called? Heater bed. It's heater bed, right? Yeah, heater bed. Target 100. Go. You could blow on it to cool it down. Honestly, though, you could just, you know, turn your park fan on. So let's look at this. Let's look at this graph here. Move me over here so you can watch the graph. Ain't nobody got time for that. One of these days, I do want to take a heater cartridge and like take like a 12-volt heater cartridge, feed it 24 volts, and just see what happens to an old V6. I know it'll melt it, but I want to actually like mount it to something over like a steel plate and see how much damage it could do. Maybe in the summer when it's not freezing out anymore. I have a ton of V6s. Got like half a dozen of them. It'll work for a while. I did, so my 50-watt heaters that I use, I think these are, yeah, these are the Triangle Labs ones. So nothing fancy, they're just 50-watt heaters from Triangle Labs. Somehow I goofed up and a 12-volt 50-watt heater got mixed in with my 24 volts, and I didn't notice that. And it ran for about a week before it stopped working. Or no, it was a 30-watt. So a 12-volt 30-watt heater, when you feed it 24 volts, is 200 watts. So just so you know, it reached ABS printing temperature in 3 seconds. And it was able to PID tuned. Threaded V6 or standard, what do you recommend? Don't get a V6. If you are going to get a V6, simply because they are cheap and they print fine and they do work, I would get the bog standard one from Triangle Labs for like 12 bucks. Because it's cheap and it works. The threaded mount is kind of eh. Tomorrow I'm filming my video on the Dragonfly. I gotta do that. I printed these really nice test pieces with it, and then I dropped them and broke the spires on them. But honestly, the Dragonfly is a nice option if you can get it cheap. It's basically a souped up V6. And honestly, doing print tool head reviews hot end reviews are hard as hell, because everyone goes, is it the best hot end? And it's like, no, it's not the best hot end. A sliced mosquito is the best hot end, right? In terms of capacity and ability, it's well machined, it outputs great, it's good. But so is a Dragon, so is a Dragonfly, so is a V6. All hot ends are good. It's just how much you want to spend and what kind of features do you want. Because again, you can print 12 benchies on 12 different hot ends, and you will never be able to tell which benchy came from what hot end. So the Nova, is that the one that's basically just a shiny volcano? I have a volcano and I've never used it because I don't like the idea. Too big of a melt zone. Then again, I have a high flow Dragon and Tallboy right now and it's functioning fine, so I like that setup more than a volcano setup. So it's happily PID tuning away. So what I'm going to do, I'll do the PID tunes. We'll do an extruder calibration, make sure my E-steps are good, because I think the E-steps are probably way out to lunch, because it probably thinks I have a Mobius in there. Yeah, groove mounts, exactly, Raymond. Like, price to performance, a $12 Triangle Labs V6 clone. You know, spend an extra 10 bucks to get a titanium heat break on it. And, you know, it prints fine for the vast majority of people. Remember, most people are slapping this stuff on an Ender 3 or a CR10 or some other $200 to $300 China special printer, right? Don't spend more than the printer on a single component. Honestly, you're not going to get, you're 80% there already. Everything you do is like an extra like 2% upgrade. Okay, so PID tune is done. So what you do is when it's done, you just type save config and hit enter, and it reboots the computer, or the printer, and you're done. So the bed is PID tuned. Now let's crank the part fan up so I can cool my hot end off. Even a V5. My Monoprice Select Mini had a V5 in it. And honestly, I think the only real difference between the V5 and the V6 is the heatsink is a little bit different, and the threading is a little bit different. I think the heater block's all the same, because they still use the same heater block on the Chimera. Like, come on, E3D, update. If honestly, like the Dragonfly, that style of hot end is basically how a V6 should be if they, you know, had a V7 and it was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Like, they just got the V6 and then they stopped. They haven't introduced anything new in a while. It's an old design, and they still want like $100 for it new here. That's hot. But a Swiss all metal clone on Ender 3 was $4. There you go. Honestly, for the Ender 3s, shell out, buy like the, I think all it is that you really need to buy is the, I think it's the Chimera heat break, because the Chimera heat break is compatible with the heat break on the stock hot end on an Ender 3, and that will get you to being able to do all metal the quickest. Yeah, just throw in a Chimera heat break. That solves that makes it all metal right there. That's all you need to do. Because honestly, the heatsink, swapping the heatsink, there's no point. Same with the heater block. The heater block is just a chunk of metal that transmits heat, right? Yeah, the nozzle, you can argue there. A good nozzle is a good nozzle. But really, the part that makes your hot end is the heat break. Because the heat break is the part the filament flows through, okay? So if you have the best hot end design in the world, but you have a crappy heat break, you're done, because that's going to be your fail point. You know, a heat sink, a bad heat sink, you just need a bigger fan on it. A bad heater block, you just put a bigger heater cartridge in there, right? Like copper is a better heater block material because you can put more heat into the filament easier with copper than aluminum, okay? So it'll allow you to print faster, but the heat break is the most critical part of a hot end, and Slice Mosquito figured it out with the bimetallic style with the surgical copper tube down the middle, or surgical steel copper, or yeah, surgical steel tube down the middle with copper on each end, half of it screwing into the heater block, the other half screwing into the heatsink with a clean break and air gap in the middle. They figured that out, and then, you know, unfortunately for them, other people copied that design, but it's a very basic design. Like, that's the only part that makes the Slice Mosquito as awesome as it is. Because that's why a lot of people like me like the Dragon. You don't have to deal with the gummy paste and whatnot, because all you really need is that bimetallic heat break, because it's super smooth on the inside and it's really good at, you know, stopping the heat from creeping up. So but all it is a piece of tube with chunks of copper on each end. Come on, cool down, extruder. Gamma. Was there a Dragon tool mount for the V2.1 carriage? I don't think there was for the V2.1. I think there is one for the V2.2, I believe. And then obviously Afterburner supports Dragonfly, Dragon, V6, and Mosquito. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? So on this guy, I swapped out the hot hot end, or no, not the hot end. It's still the original hot end. It's still the sliced mosquito. But I have been running, and for those that don't know, my tool head on here is the beta afterburner. It's the revision 1 of the afterburner. So it's a chunky boy, but I had the old fan shroud, and the old fan shroud was closer to the heater block. And this is why a lot of people, this is a problem, unfortunately, for the mosquito. It's very fat, so it puts out a lot of heat sideways. So I have a mosquito here, and I have a V6 block. So if you look at the mosquito, how fat the heater block is versus the V6, okay? So the problem is you're going to mount it like this because you need airflow through here. If you mount it like that, you have to put the fan this way. Some printers you can do that, some you can't. But mounted the same direction on both, you're going to pump out a ton of heat sideways on this guy. And unfortunately, the downside to that is you absolutely melt fan shrouds and fan ducts that would be perfectly fine on other printers. Like, this design had no issues with V6s, with the V6 style block, but melted with dragons, or with mosquitoes. Now, this is the old revision. It's got the new revision. This was changed years ago, or whenever 2.4 went live. So this isn't an issue anymore. I think I got one here. No, that's an old one too. But yeah. So yeah. Is it useful to print that part in nylon? Honestly, just good ABS, like a proper ABS. This is eSun ABS Plus, which does have, or no, this might be PC Plus, which doesn't have full heat resistance like regular PC. Originally, this was ABS Plus, and I know it failed on me. Same thing, it just got melty. But regular like this one in here was the one that was originally in Tallboy that I took out when I put the high flow dragon in there. And this guy is no problem, but this is ASA. This one's ASA. So. Okay. So now we are going to do the extruder again. Go 240. Turn the fan off because. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah. So now we're PID tuning the thing, and hopefully we don't overshoot it by. We don't hit 280. I guess my dragon will have to sleep till I upgrade. Yes, you could use the groove mount. Like the dragon does come with a groove mount adapter. An ABS PC blend should be fine. Yeah. This is pure ASA and it's fine. It's the ABS Plus, unfortunately, does have a lower glass transition point. It's not much lower than ABS. Like, we're talking, I think it's like 5 degrees, which 100 to 95 isn't a big deal. Because you're not going to be hitting those temperatures in this printer. But yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with this mosquito now. This was a mosquito that I had in Tallboy. I gotta find something to put it in. Fortunately, I'm got 5 printers already, and it's not going. That guy ain't going in the bonsai. I'm not putting a hot end in a printer that costs more. The hot end costs more than the printer. Maybe I should just build another Voron. I don't have a V1. Build another, yeah, easy. Build another Voron. I don't have a V1, and the idea on the back burner is to do a V1. But I want to do and I know we don't condone it, but I do want to do a high temp V1. I want to do a 200 millimeter cubed V1 and insulate the ever-loving hell out of it. I should convert. Okay, so Ikalia, the Tallboy was originally a V1. It was the first Voron I built was a V1.55, and we don't talk about V1.55, but that's too big for a V1. It's 330. It's 300 by 300 by 400 originally. Now it's 330 by 330 by 390 because of the way the gantry changed. Yes, so for those that don't know, like in the Voron Discord, we don't officially condone adding bed heaters and whatnot to a Voron because, or bed heaters, chamber heaters, because the printer is not designed for it. You can run into issues, yada, yada, yada. So if you take a V1, a 250 millimeter V1, and you insulate the ever-living hell out of it, go to Home Depot, get that reflective stuff, and just go nuts on insulating it, you can get like 70-degree ambient temperatures in your V1, and roughly the same in a V2, just off of keeping the heat in. And on the bright side of that, your heater doesn't actually have to run that much, and I think Eddie was saying he's getting like 100-watt average usage, which is nothing, because it just traps the heat in there. If it doesn't heat up, or if it doesn't leak the heat, it doesn't need to reheat it as much. Because keeping a bed at 100°C when the ambient is 70 is a lot easier than keeping the bed at 100°C when the ambient is 50. Motors don't mind it. I don't know what motors he has in it. Yeah, I think if he has the high temp motors, he should be fine there. So there we go there. So that's doing that. Let's see, is there anything else I should play with in the configs? Z stepper. So those are all running 0.8. Sure, yeah, so I just gotta wait for this to finish. And then once it's done, we can feed it some filament. Let me start putting the panels back on it. So let's see here, what's hot? Okay, I want to see if I could show this because I haven't cleaned these panels in a while. Now thermistor's on the motor. I've considered. So what I would think of doing, and one of the reasons of V1, back panel the whole thing. So basically the AV motors are actually outside of the chamber and just have small cutouts for the belt. You would lose some Y distance, but I'd be fine with that because it's specifically supposed to be a high temp printer. And when you're printing higher temp materials, you don't really need a lot of space because odds are you're not putting massive things out of, polycarbonate and whatnot. Where is my cleaner? Did somebody steal my bottle of, oh, there it is. I am out. There it is. Nope, I'm not out. I still have more. Thought I was out of ISO there. Yes, these are tinted. I paid for them. I ordered from Tap Plastics. I paid the import fees and all the BS shipping, but tinted acrylic. Well, technically it's smoked acrylic. Okay, so it's done PID tuning that. So for those that don't know, I don't know how well it shall show up on camera because it's come on, yeah, it ain't gonna show up. So, wow, yeah, whites are really white on this camera. Basically, I don't vent when I print ABS. When I print ABS, I fully enclose the printer, and there are gaskets. Now, don't do what I did on this guy. Put your gaskets on the panels. Don't put them on the frame. As someone with a dog, it sucks because every time you take the panels off, everything gets covered in dog hair. But essentially, I enclose the hell out of this printer, and I got holes on the bottom here I'm gonna have to tape up. And Turn down the exposure. Yeah, I have to get behind the camera to play with the settings. It's kind of a pain, so I'm not gonna bother. Or you know what? Camera 2. Yeah. There we go. So it's kind of like an oily brownish residue. ABS, the VOCs off of it are kind of oily, okay? And they float in the air because they're light, right? Like they float, they rise with heat. So my whole thing for how I deal with the ABS off-gassing, enclose the printer as best as you can, print, wait till the temperatures inside the chamber drop down to ambient, because all the bad stuff will pretty much just settle on the walls, and then open the printer. So. That's what I do. I also print in, you know, a room in the basement. So I'm not usually in here a lot of times when it's printing. But that's how I deal with the ABS bad stuff. But I work in a tool shop and I'm exposed to a heck of a lot of ABS fumes and other melted plastic fumes. So I'm not too worried about it at the home level. Insight just subscribed. Welcome. Right? I didn't do it one. Yeah, I'll play with those later. Gotta put these on. Let's get our extruder working. So I need to put some plastic in here. Where am I gonna mount this? It mounts on that side. That's ASA. I need to kill a spool. Let me kill a spool of plastic. That's ABSA. That's ABS. That's ABS. PLA. Yeah, let's kill this spool. I'm trying to kill off all these partial spools I have. Careful with infants though, the toxin level is... Yeah, so that's why my little guy doesn't come in the basement at all. And I have the vents in the room closed up too. So pretty much all the bad stuff stays in this room. I hate this stuff. Get in your home. Might have a jam in here. I can't remember. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that PID tune is done, so save. Config. See, 4 independent Z axis steppers motor is practical for a fixed bed, or is that over engineered? Nero, how do I get the white dusting? Heat gun. So if you pop a print off the bed and you have white on the bottom, that's stress. That's the plastic being stressed. Hit it with a heat gun for a few seconds. That gets rid of it really well. What blue material? This is a aluminum plate that was painted red or painted blue. So this is actually just an aluminum plate. So back to the guy with the gantry question. Why 4Z motors? I'll show you why 4Z motors. So and I'm not moving the camera this time because I'm being lazy. So the reason for motors is the gantry. Now the gantry, you can machine a super stiff gantry. The problem is it's on belts. You know, if I'm working on the printer, okay, that's out of whack now, right? That's out of whack now, right? So it's all out of whack, okay? Well, the problem is, or not the problem, but having the 4 motors be able to move independently allow you to tram out the gantry to the bed. Now, it's going to come up. 3 points define a plane. Yes, 3 points define a plane when you are dealing with 2 surfaces that are perfectly flat, okay? The problem is your gantry is built in your house. Your bed is cast aluminum tooling plate, which is ground flat to, you know, within a couple thou over an 8-foot by 4-foot plate on a blanch grinder and then cut into chunks. The problem is when you heat it up, it's going to flex a bit. Remember, you have a plate, a layer of glue, a magnet, a piece of spring steel, another layer of glue, and then a sheet of PEI. Potentially 2 layers of glue and PEI if you have PEI on both sides of your plate. You also could have a textured plate. So odds are there's going to be some sort of variance stack up there. Now, what QGL allows you to do, quad gantry leveling, is when you have 4 independent motors, what you can do is you can probe the 4 corners of the bed and you can tram out the gantry so that basically each axis, each corner of the gantry is equal to that corner of the bed so that they are perfectly or as lined up as possible. So after you see it do its thing here, you'll see it move after this next point. See how it moved? Probably going a little bit fast, actually. I think I turned the speed up too high. Okay, so right now, that gantry is within 0.0025 millimeters of the bed. I can dig it. I wish I could just hit a button that would automatically zoom in and out. So anyways, now you don't need to worry about leveling a bed at all. The gantry or the bed itself is fixed. Like this bed is mounted to the frame. It doesn't move. So now you don't have to worry about leveling your bed. You don't need to worry about tramming your gantry because even on a Cartesian printer like a Prusa, your gantry can become out of whack if one rod spins and the other doesn't or whatever. An Ender 3, for example, you only have 1 rod for the Z, so it can tilt a bit. With this, it just auto corrects it, trams out to the bed. You don't need to run a QGL. If your bed is flat enough, which on Tallboy it's a 300 by 300 bed, I just do the QGL. I don't need to run a bed mesh. My bed is flat enough that I don't have to do anything. I just do the QGL and print. So I have perfect first layers every time on that guy. This guy we'll see because this bed has been abused. But yeah. What blue material? Okay, so let's see here. This guy is an energetic flex plate that I've sanded. Does the ABS off gas any white particles that wipe off easily? No, the off gassing from ABS is like an oily residue. It's not white. If you're getting white powder on the bottom of your prints, it could be if you sanded the bed and didn't clean it, or it could just, I don't know what that would be. You get more accurate probe. My Minimax corners. Yeah, if your corners aren't set up perfectly, you could have issues like where the motors are. This was a PL08. What's the code for probe test? Probe, what's it called? For verifying probe accuracy. Is it probe_accuracy? Yeah. Okay, so if you're curious of the results of how accurate a $3 PL08 probe from AliExpress that has been used in an ABS or an ABS printing printer enclosed at anywhere from 20 to 60 degrees Celsius ambient temperatures for over a year and a half is, it's accurate to within a step still. Now this is at 24 volts, but this is accurate to within a step. So $3. I can live with that. Let's get our hot end going. Yeah, it's probe accuracy. And if you hear a loud brr noise, don't use a metal plate as your bottom plate. It's not so bad when it's printing, but when I do the homing, the resonance is crap. Does voltage have an influence? Yes. Your bed probe works better at a higher voltage. It will have a larger sense distance and better repeatability at 24 volts versus 12 volts. Now, it'll still function fine. It'll still be within a margin of error for, first layer height, but you do get a longer sense distance out of 24 volts. Okay, so what am I doing? I'm heating up the hot end. So let me move up a bit. Heat up the hot end to 200. Get a marker. And we are going to extrude some filament. What time is it right now? 10:40. Don't think we're going to get to a print tonight, guys. But we are going to have this guy up and calibrated. I'll get him back enclosed. I need to find somewhere for him. I am running out of room in this room. So actually, let me go here, edit, extruder. Because I know I don't have it. Oh, I don't have max extrude distance on. That's good. That's good. That's usually annoying. Most default setups have max extrude distance. Okay. So what that means is, I try to extrude 100 millimeters of filament and it won't let you because it can only do like 50. Okay, so we're at temperature for ABS or PLA. As you can see, like the PID tune, like I tuned it for 240, but we're fluctuating a couple, let's see how much it drops down to. So down 0.3 degrees. So yeah, we have less than a 0.5 degree variation plus minus. So we're okay with that. Okay, let's extrude 100 millimeters and hope it actually extrudes. It won't let me. So let's see, max extrude only distance. I thought I didn't see it. Extrude. Extruder, extruder. Extruder. Max power. Oh, unless it defaults. Is that a default setting? Yeah. Oh, it's a default setting. Okay. So let me add this. So copy that. Right there. Config. Curse you, default settings. Distance. 200. Why not? Save and close. Restart. Just do 50 twice. Yet. Nobody has time for that. We are learning stuff. We are learning stuff, people. What we're learning? I don't know. But we are learning stuff. 20 million. Y'all are loco. Okay. Screwed. Hey, it's going the right way. Now it should stop. There. Okay. So let me mark it here and actually do a proper tune. So okay. So it's marked at 120. Extrude again. It is better to go through. However, I'm not going to rip the nozzle off this right now. And honestly, as long as you go slow enough, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Like, in an ideal world, on a Bowden setup, it's much easier. On direct feed, because you have to, like, pull the nozzle off or pull the tool head off, just go slower. Stepper E. Okay, you could buzz. Oh, yeah, I guess you could buzz the stepper. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So I told it to extrude 100. And extruded 98. So let's see if I screw up the math this time, because I always end up screwing up the math. Okay, so get a calculator. So if I tell it to do 100, no, wait, no. Did 98, it's supposed to do 100. So it under extruded. No, so 100 divided by 98. Because if it over extruded, it would be the other way. Yeah, so 1.204. Okay, so that times step distance, which is 0.00240. Okay, so 0.00244, which would be 5 rounded up to 5. No, 245. Okay, so now each step it extrudes a little bit more. Save, close, restart. Okay, heat that back up. But yes, like ideally you would want you'd pull the nozzle or something. But a lot of times, like depending on your printer, your firmware doesn't allow you to extrude if the hot end isn't at a certain temperature. There are ways around that. But if you can't do that, on a Bowden setup, it's easier because you just extrude it to air. But on a direct feed setup, just go slow, like 5 millimeters a second. Or even crank the temperature up, because you don't care how good the plastic looks, right? True. Ah, I forgot to mark it. Dang it. I forgot to mark it. So if you guys don't mind, because the wife's working, and I got no plans. Do you want me to print something tonight? Like, I can print a cube if you guys want, or something really quick. Like, unfortunately, I don't have any like direct comparison things, but I could print something if you guys want. Benchy. You know what? Didn't Prusa come out with a new version of... Oh, no, I don't have any default. I have Cura set up on this computer. I forgot. Cura. Okay, that logo was 4 hours. That took 4 hours and like 3 filament swaps of ABS. Well, actually, no. The first layer was hips. The white is hips and the rest is ABS. So I had to open the chamber, unlatch it, swap filaments, latch it back up, and hope the heat didn't get out. $96. God damn it. I went the other way. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I screwed up the math. I screwed up the math. Dang it. I always do it backwards. I always do it backwards. Every time I look at it, I'm like, I'm going to do it the right way this time. And I always do the math backwards. So what do we have? We have 240. Okay, so calculator, that times 0.0024. So that's our step distance now. Save and close. Restart. Okay. Try this again. Yes, Mike, I realized that after. Or I realize that now. I've seen the error of my ways and I repent. Yeah, bye-bye Riff. I don't, all my printers run Klipper now. I was going to put Marlin on the Bonsai just to emulate the crappy cheap printer experience. But honestly, it ain't worth it. Like, you could throw a $10 Raspberry Pi Zero on a printer now to get Klipper. Okay, extrude. Go. I'm gonna look that up on Thingiverse. It better not be anything inappropriate. Squirrel. Yeah, let's do the squirrel. We're gonna do the squirrel. Back over there. Why are there two squirrels? Is there a difference between the squirrels? Oh, one has supports for his nut, the other one doesn't. Okay. He's a squirrel. We will do the squirrel. There we go. We're good. Okay, so ready? Let's do this. Add printer. Non-network printer. Boron. 250. Add. Flow calibrate. Honestly, I'm not going to do a full PID tune or a flow. I don't have full Z height because of the way my motors are and whatnot. Crap. Is Tallboy online? Tallboy is online. So let me steal some starting G code. Or actually, I might already have some. Nope, that ain't it. Good nut support is always important. Yes. Do you need to update your slicer for new bed dimensions? Yeah, I'm gonna have to create a new profile. Right now, I'm just stealing my starting G code from another printer. So that. There we go. Okay. So start code. So home, quad gantry level, another home, moves to Y0, X 135, does a purge line. I know I haven't set Z offset. I know that. I didn't forget. Then ending G code. Is that? Next. Squirrel. Slice. We are printing this at absolute default settings. 2 hours. Oh my god. Ain't nobody got time for that. PLA. Extra fast. Yeah, I'm gonna shrink it down. Good old square cube law. There we go. I can deal with that. Oh wait, I gotta change my retraction distance. This is not having a Bowden. I forgot that here are defaults to assuming you have a Mobius. And do we have print cooling? Yeah. Okay. That saved 2 minutes, by the way. That's how much like retractions cost in time. 2 minutes. Okay. So we got that there. Got that there. Don't need Tallboy. Jobs. What do you mean invalid G code? What is the SD card path. Okay, close. Got the nut support. Where's the nut support? I thought I downloaded the one with nut support. Oh, it must be that one. There we go, nut support slice. There we go. Okay, what is the dang it. Printer. What's the virtual SD card thing? No, that ain't it. What is it, guys? I can't remember what it is. Virtual SD card. What is the virtual SD card? README. Set up some macros. Oh, okay, so that should be that. Yeah, I thought I had that. Save and close. Restart. Okay, there we go. So upload. Squirrel one. Okay, so I got a home. Get rid of all this plastic. And yes, I'm just gonna have this flopping in the wind, by the way. I don't care right now. Okay, Z offset time. Actually, shoot, I gotta run a QGL. You should run the QGL. Oh, I didn't down sample this guy. You should always run the QGL before you try and set your Z offset, because if your gantry is twisted and you try to set your Z offset when your gantry becomes unmessed up, you might not. Ooh, that's way too fast. 45. Okay. You might not be setting the right Z offset. Okay, so move, upload, squirrel. I'm gonna have to print a moose to go with the squirrel. Okay, so point 3. So that means position Z end stop pro. is at 0.3, negative 0.3. So save and close. Restart. The heck happened? Oh, got the homes in. Will Fluid or Mainsail support adding? I'm not too sure. You'd have to ask to one of the. Yeah. Here is using Cura like a pleb. Hey, I've started using Prusa Slicer. It's just I don't have it installed on here, and I don't have a setup for it right now. So I'm not gonna go through and do a whole download, install, and set up Prusa Slicer just for a. Oh, that ain't right. Oh, my ZF stop is 3. It was pretty okay. It wasn't -3, it was +3. So we're good. We're good. Because it's good at -6. So we're good. So I trust that. Refresh. Restart. And heat the bed up. And let's go. I'm going to be here till 1 a.m. printing a square. It's higher. I put it as -0.3 millimeters when the Z position is actually above 0.3. But when I tested it, it came out to 6. So it's right. I just set it the wrong way. So it's fine. Yeah, I got the paper up. So there we go. So what are we at right now? We got 80 people watching. So we are going to do a print. I probably should wipe the bed down. Go. So we're good there. They should add tree support to Super Slicer. The only thing I missed from Cura. Honestly, Cura's not bad. I've been using Cura for years. It's not a bad slicer, but after doing like one good print with Prusa Slicer, I'm like, yeah, I'm going with Prusa Slicer. I'm trying to think of what I printed with it. It was like the first thing I printed on Prusa Slicer, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is actually better. We're just waiting on the bed. Bed's heated up. We're just letting it stabilize for a bit. Yeah, close enough. Print squirrel. And my baby step here in case I need to. And look at all these macros. Doc's Prusa profile. Yeah, Doc's Prusa profile is a good starting point. It is a little on the conservative side, so you can crank the speed up, but do that. This way I could still pop into frame and talk if I need to. And you can watch the film, it probably come all kinked up. So there we go. Sure there is enough left on that spool? I have no idea. I have no idea. YOLO. We are straight up YOLOing this. Yeah. Screw it. Just gonna let it do its thing. Unable to parse move. Move the platform down from... What do you mean, unable to parse move? How can you not move G1X? Oop. Oh, I'm missing the Y0. Okay. Place. Save to file. Remove. File in use. Oh. Reset file. Upload. Scale. I did downscale it. It's only a 1 hour print now. Print. Let me get rid of this booger while I'm at it. There we go. I'm gonna have to, you know what? I might be lazy and just not put skirts on this guy. Because for those that don't know, V2.026 is my like test bed V2. It's the one I use for like trialing everything. So like again, this still has a beta afterburner on it. I did, yeah, I resized it. See? See, 1 hour. We're good. So it's priming. Go. You know what? I'm just gonna drop everything. There we go. How did the overhang test come out on the switch wire? Which overhang test are you referring to? Oh, these guys. Okay, so this one was with the Dragonfly. Honestly, they both look pretty damn near the same. There's only slight variations in print quality between them. I'm going to put the handles on while that's doing that. What's the average print time for that? This is a 1 hour print. I downscaled it. I don't know what average print time would be. Like, if you want to see what speeds I'm printing at right now, I don't know. This is literally whatever default is in Cura for Boron. So I'm printing at a 0.3 millimeter layer height. So that's actually pretty slow. 30 millimeters, 53. Wow, that's slow. Why is that slow? I don't know. Whatever. 0.3 millimeter layer height. I could go faster. I should have cranked those speeds up, honestly, but that is slow. But this way, I normally run at like 60, 90, 120. So that's 60 millimeters for inner wall or outer walls, 90 millimeters for the inner walls, and like 120 for infill. But who knows? We might get a really good looking squirrel. It's a 0.4 millimeter nozzle in this. I think this is the slowest I've seen this printer run in a long time, actually. Yeah, I can increase the speed up. Once the first layer is done, I'm going to bump the speed up. Because right now it's setting at 100. I'll bump it up to 200% once I get a few layers down. You should, honestly, it's always better to go slow on your first layer. Because your first layer is super critical. And if you goof up your first layer, the rest of the print's is prone to fail, right? I'm missing a screw. Oh, there it is. So I don't mind spending a little bit more time on a first layer. Oh, the average print time for that overhang test? I have no idea. I don't even remember what the time was. I did print that at relatively slow speeds, though. It was on the switch wire. So my switch wire profile is based on a Prusa Mark III profile with the speeds and accelerations bumped up. When you increase the speed, I think it bumps up the flow rate automatically. It just does it faster. That's gonna be annoying. I have different types of clips for the back panel and I can't remember. I'm gonna have to dig through here to find them. Right. Those two. That one. Of course I didn't save this stuff. No, no, no. Maybe this guy. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna let it do a few layers and then I'm gonna bump the speed up. Is it possible to use only 9mm belts on a V2.4 without major mods to the STLs? Well, for the Z, you can use 9mm belts. That's a non-issue, and that's spec. However, for XY, you cannot. You'll have to redesign the whole gantry, unfortunately. The reason is the gantry, the belt padding, is all within the limits of a 2020 extrusion, which is 20mm. So 6 plus 6 is 12. 9 plus 9 plus bearing flanges and whatnot doesn't give you enough room to use 9mm belts on your gantry. So you would have to redesign the entire gantry from the ground up, from scratch, and probably go to 30mm extrusions to use 9mm belts. Let's go 150. 150. YOLO. It's in tight. Okay, now should I go see if I have any? I don't think I have any, shoot. Go, we got Nero. No, don't say the C word. The Google bots will hear you and demonetize my stream. You know, I don't get ad revenue on my app. You know, I am monetized. I don't get ads. If anyone has ever seen an ad on any of my videos, let me know. Because, you know, I honestly don't care if you skip them or use ad blocker. I really don't care. But I do have ads turned on because I am monetized, but I have never seen an ad and I have never gotten any ad revenue. So I don't think it's enabled. But I really don't care. unsupported. There is a little bit of support for that. This little part right here is for his is to support his nut. Back panel installed. Now we need to bust out this guy. So not only does this guy still have Cat 5 cable in it from when it was a V2.0, I still use the very original V2 Bowden inlet. This was printed on my V1. This is the oldest plastic piece in the printer, other than the mounts for the bottom panel. Yes, you can get the panel due to work, apparently. But right now, it's pretty much not doing anything. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because honestly, while I do run pretty much all my printers headless, it is nice to have a controller just for, you know, filament load and unloading, or just moving the tool head when you're working on it. So, Andrew Gilmore, hi. Hello there. So it's still printing. It's a squirrel. Not gonna bother putting the other panels on because I got some electrical tape or aluminum tape. I'm gonna patch up some holes that I have on the bottom here, like old mounting holes for old stuff, because stuff's changed over the years. I want to try and seal this guy up a little bit better than what it currently is, just so I can get some higher chamber temps. But black aluminum tape is great for sealing up printers. What did you miss? We did a Klipper configuration from scratch for Duet with custom expander board. And then we PID tuned, and now we're printing a squirrel. The front handle STLs? Oh, these handles are on the V2.2 repo, I believe. 2.1 or 2.2. These are from 2.0, by the way. Like they were in the repo for a while. But they are on the board on GitHub, so you just gotta find it. All the gaps. These has 22 or 2660s, which don't have stealth chop. So, because it's a Duet. And then on the expander board is 2208s and spread cycle only. So everything's running spread cycle. I personally rather have the torque. So pretty much on all my printers, I have stealth chop turned off. Again, my printers are in their own room in the basement. I don't care about noise. Does Fluid or Mainsail support the small RPI touch displays? I think they do. I'm not 100% certain. I've never used one. You could wire a simple UART cable from the pin on the Duet expansion port to the 2208 with an extra pin on top. Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to bother because I would run them. I would run them exactly how they're set up, anyways. Like I'd run them at the same voltage in spread cycle only mode. So having UART won't really benefit me too much. Maker Viking late to the party. The party doesn't start till you walk in. But you missed, honestly, okay, so I'll catch you up on the stream, okay? This is what you missed, okay? Nope, that ain't right. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I don't have the example. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, paste that, save. Oh, we got an error. Okay, let's fix this now. Because we did a Klipper config from scratch. For a Duet with custom expander. Yeah, honestly, Andre, I haven't had a layer skip or shift on this machine in ages. So, like, this machine is 100% reliable. Like, now I'm gonna have to go back to checking it every now and then because I just installed Klipper on it. But I would literally start a print on this printer and leave for work before the bed was even at temperature. Because I just knew I would, and this would be like a 12-hour print, and I knew I'd come home to it just chugging away, no problem. Because it was that dialed in, like, and I knew it would work just fine. Okay, so Maker Viking, this is what's under the hood of this guy. So for those that don't know, the controller on this board, we have a Physek Duet 1.02 clone. From 2018 or whenever I bought it. Attached to it is a Ramps expander board designed to go with the original Ramps 1.4 to give you 3 extra stepper drivers. That's connected with a bridge that Andre there created. So basically, in ye olde days of Voron. Oh, we also have a Raspberry Pi and a buck for powering that fan, and the buck for the Pi is over here, and an Almiron SSR. And this wiring has been moved around, and some of it's original from V2.0 days, so like almost 3 years old. So anyways, ye olde Voron days of V2.0, Klipper wasn't really a thing. So to control 7 motors, because the V2 has 7 motors, you have 4Z, and they're independent, so they all need a driver. Your options were either a Ramps with another Ramps strapped to it. I wish I still had some pictures of that, but I didn't do that. But or this Ramps plus expander board, or the other option was a full Duet setup. Duet plus Duex. I live in Canada. A Duet plus Duex at the time was going to cost me like near $500 once you factor in taxes and shipping. So the cheap option was you would buy a Chinese Duet, which you'd be able to buy one of these for roughly about half the prices of a full Duet plus shipping and tax. And then you would use the expander board with the bridge with like 2208s, or you could even use 84988s. So this whole setup here would cost less than purchasing a single Duet, legit Duet. So that was the cheap option, because again, at the time before Klipper, you either had 8-bit Marlin on 2 ramps, and you were pretty much limited to 100 millimeters a second, because it was 8-bit Marlin on trying to run 7 motors on a Core XY. Or the expensive Duet setup. So yeah, and it ran with this exact setup from mid 2018 to now, and I'm finally installing Klipper on it. Yeah. So yeah, and now it's just printing. So a little bit of history there. Yeah, I think I am the last 4, because I know, Andre, you had this set up, and then you just got a Duex instead. But I think I'm probably the last Voron from... There's still one active V2 out there, V2.0. But Like, the controller setup on this is definitely not common. Because I think there was only like, there were sub 50 Vorons when 2.1 came out. And with 2.1, Klipper became spec with dual ramps. And then with 2.4, it became dual SKRs. I know you ordered a whole bunch of those PCBs and honestly, like, never used them. It's like the first time this thing has run without the panels on in a long time, too. Heck, this is first time in a long time this thing's eaten PLA. We are going a little fast for the overhangs, though, so they aren't perfect, but Vorons, they eat ABS. They're meant to be an ABS printer, really. Dumb question. When would your position end stop ever be anything other than equal to your position min or position max for an access? So for the end stop, usually it would be at the maximum of one of the directions. So in my case, it's at X 250, because the further out of the way you get it, the more print volume you get. Okay. As for Y, in my case, it would be just wherever it is mounted, right on the extrusion. So yes, usually it's, what I would do is your max in this case is 250. And then when you go into your slicer, you set up your slicer profile for 250, 245, or 245, 250, whatever it works out to. So usually it is set at one of your max settings. My Hall effect board isn't perfect triggers early, so I set my end stop to 249 and max. Yes, that's another possibility. Yeah, that's another possibility. If your end stops trigger earlier and you want to get a little bit of that over travel, that's a possibility. Yeah, like my Hall effect end stops, I think trigger at like 0.0 or 0.25 millimeter. Like there is not much over travel on my end stops, but they're Hall effects, so they're adjustable. You could set your Hall effects to trigger at 10 millimeters if you want, and just let it know, hey, it triggers at 240, but it can go to 250, and you're fine. The only downside to having a lot of over travel is if for whatever reason the printer's powered down and your tool head is in a position where it is past that over travel point, it can get kind of funky, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. No, wait, no, it would be fine. I don't know. What's the build size? Paul Cumber, so my build volume on this guy's 250 by 250 by 230. On an actual spec V2.4, it's by 240, I believe. But I have shorter belts, and there's some legacy stuff in this machine. It's been converted quite a bit. So my active max Z is about 230-ish for safety. So 250 by 250 by 230, but I do lose 5 millimeters on the Y-axis, or on the X-axis, because I have this little end stop here that the tool head needs to actually reach. So I lose 5 millimeters because of that. But yeah. Now, for reference, this guy is 330 by 330 by 390. And this is the same, that guy is the same machine as this guy. They're both Voron V2.4s. This guy used to, or the gantry is a beta 2.4 gantry, and I just put the new 2.4 Z modules in it. It used to have 2.2 Z modules. It's a Frankenstein machine. Still prints great. Yeah, I could move the switch. Okay, I can't move the switch, Andre. If I to move the switch, I have to rotate the beams here that the bed attaches to, and I have holes in the power supply. I basically have screws and whatnot blocking me, so I wouldn't be able to mount the extrusions flat. I would have to raise them up and lose more Z. So honestly, I just lose 5 millimeters on the Y instead of 5 millimeters on the X, or 5 millimeters on the X, 5 millimeters. How much did this cost? This guy has cost me more than it would cost you, because it's been a V2, a V2.1, a 2.2, and a 2.4. But to build a Voron V2.4, it's going to run you plus minus $200, around $1,200 USD, depending on where you source stuff from. You can do it for, I've seen people do it under $1,000. I've seen people spend almost $2,000. It's a custom, it's a custom source rep wrap. You're building it yourself. You're sourcing everything yourself. You know, if you throw a sliced mosquito in it, there's a $200 hot end. You throw a Triangle Labs V6, there's a $12 hot end. You can spend a lot, you can spend a little, but it's not a it's not cheap, but it's not, you know, it's a high-end custom printer. It's got 7 motors in it. And right now we are printing a squirrel at 0.3 millimeters flare height with I don't know, where speed's up 150%, because I just sliced it at defaults. That's one thing I miss though. RepRap firmware would tell you how fast your current speed is. This doesn't. Yes, that's another thing. Like if you were to sell this printer, like if you were to, you know, I'm going to sell Voron V2s, you're looking at like $3 to $4 grand, like, because just the hardware is $1,200. Then it's going to take you, you know, if you go back on my channel, I built Tallboy. I built this whole guy on stream, and it's like 7 streams of 3 hours each, just to build it. And I've built these many times before, so I'm, you know, it takes a while to build. But yeah, like if you want, you know, cheap, there are other Vorons, like, you know, there's the Switchwire, which is a Core XZ printer, so, you know, your gantry is belted. And then there's also V0, which if you want a small compact Core XY, this guy's 250 millimeters cube print volume. There you go. And it's all enclosed, power supply, controller boards, everything in there. NEMA 1515, or NEMA 14 millimeter motors, 1515 extrusions. But yeah, this guy is about $600 US. What did I say? 250? Sorry, that's 120 millimeters cubed. Yeah, the China, you can get, there are kits from China for I think under 400 US plus shipping. Apparently they're okay. I haven't heard any major issues to them. That is one thing, like, so for those that don't know, Voron Design is not a company. It's a bunch of guys designing printers and messing around with, you know, stuff. Russian Cat Food's the main guy. He designs most of the stuff, but the V1 is Eddie the engineer, designed the latest revision. The V0, that was Nemgria. Switchwire was Russian Cat Food, same with V2.4. But there's no company. You can't buy them. Now, there are kits out there, but that's other companies making and selling the kits. And that's perfectly fine. We have nothing against that. It's just nothing is official. So if you buy a kit from a vendor and it happens to be garbage, it ain't on us. That ain't our fault. We don't approve or deny anything. if there's crappy stuff out there, we'll put it on blast. But it kind of lets us wash our hands of it. Because we just want to build stuff. Can't find my scissors. Where'd my scissors go? Let's see, what are we at now? We have... What do we peak at? Ooh, we peaked at 104 people, and we are sitting at 81 right now. With 68 likes, so... Let me do the spiel! Like what you see, subscribe. If you like what you're seeing, hit like. Leave a comment. Or actually, I don't think you can leave a comment on stream. Oh, follow me on Twitter, at 3DPNero. I post short videos and pictures and other stuff, and I put updates of what I'm streaming and whatnot. Plugging the holes. Can't let the cold air in the printer. The spiel added 6 likes. Yay! Honestly, I have no idea if that affects anything. I think that affects, like, because YouTube's all about interaction, right? They don't care if you're arguing in the comments. It's all about how many people are actually there, right? And how many people are interacting. So I think the more likes a video get, the more likely it's like random to show up in people's recommended. I don't know. I bumped the Z belt. Hopefully that doesn't cause a skip. Or not a skip, shift. And if it does, oh well. 1 thumbs down. Oh. Somebody doesn't like squirrel. Who doesn't like squirrel? Up 1,000,000 benchies on your house. You're gonna need a Creality CR30 to print that many benchies. Just make sure you don't print it without support or front facing. Otherwise it'll look horrible. I think people are starting to realize that belt printers aren't the be-all end-all. Angus Maker's Muse did a pretty good video on the downsides of it. Like, I got nothing against it personally, but a lot of people were really hyping up a belt printer to be like the next big thing, when, you know, if you try to print a benchy with the front of the benchy facing towards the front of the printer, it will fail. Hopefully I didn't bump it there. I might have bumped it. Normally I'm not reaching into my printer while it's printing. That's another thing I like. Whenever there's a... I watch a bunch of other 3D printer YouTube guys. Whenever they're showing off the, like using servos or the, what's it called? The servo, like the NEMA 17s with the servo controller on them. and they're like, see, you can hit your printer with a hammer, or they're sitting there smashing the belt or whatever when it's printing, and they're like, see, it doesn't skip steps because it keeps track of it all because it has an encoder or whatever. And I'm like, nobody does that to their printer when it's printing. It's as long as your printer is mechanically sound and you have your motors set to the right voltage and amps, and you're feeding them enough current, and you're not overtaxing them, you shouldn't have layer skips. You shouldn't have layer shifts. So. It was DP doing it all. I am hungry right now. I will say I am hungry right now. How much time's left on this guy? 22 minutes. So it is going. It is printing. It is a squirrel. DoorDash some nachos. I live in Canada. That stuff's like, I live just outside of a city, so I don't think I can get any of the Uber doesn't come out here. DoorDash, skip the dishes. I don't get all that. Ooh, the slider 200%. You want to go to 200%? Okay, I'm hungry. 200%. There you go. 200%. I have all the parts for my new 2.4 and I'm reluctant to start because then I will be built. But then once you build it, then you can build the next one with it. So it's the sugar smell of PLA. Honestly, it's funny. When I print PLA, I notice the smell of PLA more than ABS because I'm so used to the smell of ABS. Print area is getting smaller, should slow it down. Nah. Ain't nobody got time for that. Although the only downside with speeding it up, we might have issues with the overhangs because PLA and the afterburner admittedly isn't the greatest tool head for PLA and airflow. It's only got a 40-20 fan. And actually, oh no, this has newer ducts, so it shouldn't be as bad. It's got the Formbot V0 kit. So far, really impressed. That's good. Post pictures of it. If you're one of the first people to get it, post pictures of it in the Discord, the Boron Discord. Just, you know, so other people can see and make their own judgment if they want to get it or not. Because if you haven't, join the Boron Discord. That's normally where you can find me if you need me. Got an air cleaner now that my printer is the same room. ABS smell is a thing apparently. Yeah. Like it honestly, like I'm, you know, you get used to it, and I work in plastics, so like I work in the plastics industry, so I'm used to it and I'm exposed to it all the time, so I don't notice it. I keep asking when you're going to buy for carbon fiber filament. I don't have a need for carbon fiber filament. I don't print anything with carbon fiber. So I don't really see the need for it. I am hoping to start doing more stuff with fancier filaments later on. You did? Okay. I'll take a look for some, but let me see here. Yeah, usually with the thing is with carbon fiber, there are a few things that I can see it being beneficial for, but let me find some. 3 filaments. Let's show you how bad Canada pricing is. CF, where's CF? Carbon fibers are composite. There we go. Oh, that's on sale, but it's 3 mil. See, I don't want PLA. That's the thing. Like, if you're gonna get some additive to your filament to make it stiffer and stronger, don't use it in a filament that melts if you leave it in your car on a hot day. And pretty much all the carbon fiber I can find. Oh, PC 2.85. 2.85, 2.85, 2.8. Oh, there we go. ABS, 3DX Tech. There we go. Can't nada. Exactly, Andre. Can't nada. Let's take a look here. Please at least be a 1 kilogram spool. There we go. I think I have some steel nozzles still too. Yeah, maybe I'll grab that. Carbon X. Very hard to print. Yeah, but I got Vorons, man. I can handle that. Why don't you watch the print? Color Fab. PACF. The thing is, for like, so I am looking at trying to, the next big project it might be, depending on how things work out, is sold out. Dang it, that's all sold out. Potentially a V1, and the kind of V1 I want to build, I am going to need more than bulk cheap ABS. Well, not honestly, I'd be fine with bulk cheap ABS, honestly. But I want to build it out of something good. Because I want to build a high temp printer. The problem is with carbon fiber, it gives you better strength along the layer line, but it reduces layer adhesion. Okay, so it's carbon X. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's all out of stock. Out of stock, sold out. I will keep looking, and I will keep that in mind, and I will pick some up. I do have some nylon coming on the way for Matter Hackers, so maybe I'll talk to them. Use Filamatrix carbon fiber. Let me see if I can find that stuff up here. I'm pretty sure I have some steel nozzles somewhere. Have to go digging. Filamatrix. Matter Hackers. It's Matter Hackers Pro. They're sending it to me to try out. Apparently, I'm big enough to warrant a sampler. Which, by the way, if you do want to buy anything from Matter Hackers, there is an affiliate link below in the little box there. So if you want to buy anything from them, and a portion of the proceeds goes to supporting the channel. Thank you. Yeah, I honestly, okay, so Michael, I will keep an eye out for some carbon fiber, because I do want to get like either ABS or PC CF just to play around with. But it's not something that I normally do. Taking the bag of goodies, see if I have any steel nozzles. I'm gonna probably have to buy a steel nozzle. Oh, no, I do have steel nozzles. They're just generic steel nozzles, but... Like, I've heard good things from about Matter Hackers. It's just, I live in Canada, and shipping, I checked, it's like 60 bucks. It adds 60 bucks to an order buying from them, which sucks. Yeah, I do have steel nozzles. They're just generic, probably AliExpress steel nozzles, but it's steel. Yep, I got steel nozzles. Oh yeah, I remember telling me. Yeah, you go through a lot of that because you do. Is it fixtures? Fixtures, or I can't remember what you said. You print a lot of. Now I remember. Yeah, because we were talking about like yes. Now I fully remember. I do need to do an order. Like I have one full spool of PLA. Michael, you don't need to worry about it, man. You don't need to worry about it. I'm running low on PLAs because I'm doing PLA prints now because of streams, because it's honestly easier for me to print PLA and whatnot on stream. And when I'm doing tests, and you know, I had to do the Dragonfly tests and whatnot. So plus, you know what? Showing off hot ends with bulk generic red filaments kind of boring. So yes, I still have like 8 boxes of eSun ABS Plus, but I need to bulk up on some of the generic cheap freebie stuff. I don't have any color fill. I don't have any of like the color changing stuff. Not that I ever care. Yes, it is squirrel. Moose and squirrel. No, let me see here. What else? What are the other vendors in Canada? Featured. Best selling, so 1.75. In stock. Let's see what's in stock. I'm on. Okay, in that case, Eric, check the 2.1 or even the V2.0, because these are on 2.0, because I use them like they probably are. Spool 3D. Oh yeah, Spool 3D. What would be the largest 2.4 you would say is smart to build? I wouldn't go beyond 350 for the XY. The gantry or the Z, you could probably push to 400, no problem. Mine is 390 and it's no problem. I can print fast on it. Yes, Boris and Natasha. Evil squirrel. So I think I have a minimum layer time on, so it is going to slow down a bit. Just like my camera keeps falling. Protopasta, but all I can find is their PLA. Yeah, 15-second minimum layer time. So yeah, it's going to slow down now. Unfortunately, can't really do anything about that. You can use 1 horsepower motor for the lead screw. 400 by 400 by 380. Okay, when I want to say this anytime somebody says they're going to build a big printer, make sure you build it in the room that it's going to live in. Because I have seen people build a printer that they couldn't get out of their room. What are we at anyways for the print time? We have 3 minutes left. I wish it showed current speed. And that's one thing I miss about RepRap firmware, showing current speed. Here's the thing with a 600 cube printer, okay? 3D printers are still finicky, right? People do have prints fail every now and then, right? Your extruder can jam or filament can kink. I've had a print fail recently because I was using a partially finished spool and it jammed up. Like the spool came unwound in the past and it literally like stalled out the extruder. So imagine running a 6-day print and halfway through your power flickers, or a wire comes loose, or just random voltage spike and it decided to just die. Like, that's a lot of wasted time, power, energy, money, filament, etc. So it's kind of like, I'd rather print multiple pieces on that kind of long. Now, granted, there are use cases where people need a massive printer like that. I'm not denying that those use cases exist. But for the average person at home, the very first thing I did after I had my monoprice like mini was build a 300 by 300 by 400 V1, because this little mini is tiny. I'm going to build a big printer because big things are awesome. And I printed this T-Rex skull there, and like one other thing that used almost the whole build volume. After that, it was like printing V2 parts and then building it into a V2. So, because remember, it's square cube law, right? So a 300 by 300 by 300 Voron, you need 8 of those to equal the same volume as a 600 by 600 by 600. It's going to be a massive printer. Plus, the Voron is designed to be up to 350. You know, you go 600, 2020 ain't great at 600 millimeter spans, right? MGN 9 ain't great at 600 millimeter spans. Like, it's not, you're stretching it beyond its designed use. Oh, are you talking about the Troodon? If it's the Troodon, for example, is based on a mishmash between a V2 and a V2.1. So, is there any parts that would benefit from glass-filled nylon? So GF nylon is, we use that in automotive industry for a lot of engine bay components. So honestly, I've yet to play with nylon. That's the problem. But I would say stuff like the Z mounts, something where you need like solid, stiff, rigid. You don't want anything, you know, you want it to be good and fixed. So probably your motor mounts, I would say. Certain things, it doesn't matter. Like your fan shroud, that could be made out of PLA. It don't matter. It's going to melt in PLA because it's right next to the hot end. But like, you know, this fan shroud could be literally anything. Like, a lot of components you need to think about too. They work just fine with ABS, do you even get anything better by using a stiffer material, for example? Like, for example, the gantry, right? There is a bit of flex to the gantry, right? You know, there is a bit of flex to those AB motor mounts, right? And if you go and make everything out of the stiffest material you can find, and you have a nozzle crash, or your gantry, you know, somehow you mess with a config and a motor decides to go the opposite direction, you risk damaging stuff really easily. So yeah, where you need strength but not high flexibility. So any of the super bulky components would probably be fine. So like anything monolithic, like if you look at the, oh, print's done. If you look at like the AB motor mount or the XY idlers, those are pretty monolithic. You're not going to see much flex there. The Z drive, anything that's a monolithic thing. Probably not the AB motor mounts though, because the AB motor mounts are relatively flat and long. So that you would want stiff. I don't know, I use more ABS than anything. Like I've only used nylon once and it was like a 50-gram sample pack. Okay, let's look at Squirrel. Sport came off real easy. Electrocute myself. Ah, it's hot. Hot. Okay. He's got a little bit of issues with some overhangs. Focus on the squirrel. But he's a squirrel. That is the absolute default Boron V2 profile on Cura, with the speed cranked up anywhere from 150 to 200 millimeters a second, at 0.3 layer height, and the only thing we changed was the retraction distance, and I think one other thing. Yeah, we changed to 200 around the neck. So around the neck, we went from 150 millimeters to 200 millimeter, 200% print speed. Let's see here. See if I get better colors with this guy. Yeah. He's a squirrel. He's a squirrel. There we go. Look at that bokeh. Yes, bokeh. That little piece of overhang kind of looks like teeth. Exactly. See, that's part of it. It's supposed to be teeth. It's also 0.3 millimeters, so overhang's going to look worse at a higher layer height. Yeah, it's a squirrel. It prints good. It's a Voron. I know it prints good. All we did was would I say a Troodon is not a smart buy? Anyways, but yeah, so we put Klipper on it. We printed a squirrel. I guess that's it. I don't know. Anyone else got anything they want me to do? But I think we're gonna call it now. Oh, yes, Michael. I have been actually paying attention, looking for Weed Whacker line, trying to find some within size up here. I am planning to play around with that. I know. Okay, so CNC Kitchen did the video on that, but the problem is, well, it's not the problem, but he's like, oh, look at this new thing. That was like one of the first things people 3D printed because it was easy to find in filament form already. So yes, I am going to be playing around with that. But yeah, I will be playing it. I actually went in my garage after I watched that video and dug out my weed whacker line, but unfortunately it was like, it wasn't size. It was like 2mm right on. So printed a 2kg spool. So that's the thing. You can get pretty big spool sizes too, I believe, because it's just weed whacker line. Like, it's a bulk commodity and it's not overly priced. So I may have to take another trip to the Home Despot and take a look. Okay, so as usual, I'm gonna call it the end of the stream now. Last 10 minutes while I'm cleaning up everything. Open forum if anyone has any questions, and then I'm gonna go get a snack and a drink. So I'm gonna actually heat the hot end up so I can get this PLA out of here. This thing doesn't eat PLA. This is not a PLA printer. Tarnish it with PLA. Why 4 Z motors? Raymond, people like you is why I'm losing my hair. And for those that were curious for whatever reason, 3D Solutech printer filament. Actually, I think I bought this spool back when I only had the Monoprice Select Mini. And it's just been sitting on the floor since then. So I don't put my PLA in bins. And this spool is pretty much done anyways. Oop. That's how I know the stream's over. My iPod or my earpods died. Some Z drag chains have 3 holes and not 2. How should I mount it? There are different STLs available for the different ones. There are, I think there's like one that's called like generic, and then one called IGUS. So I think it's the generic one you print that has 3 holes in it, and the other one has 2. But there should be STLs, because mine have 2 holes and they're, or 3 holes and they're fine. So. Will Voron print faster with 14 motors? You can already outrun the hot end with 2 motors, so. Yeah, just run a 200 watt. I should put this guy in. Bought a mosquito hot end from Matter Hackers, but it did not come with the thermistor. Is this normal? Yes, Art. I believe the stock package for the mosquito doesn't come with anything. It's just the hot end itself. Now it does use a standard thermistor. You can use any thermistor. Mine, I use, I think I use Physek 50 watt heaters, and I can't even remember what thermistors. I bought like a bulk pack of them off AliExpress. The only thing is, with a sliced mosquito, make sure you bought the paste. If you don't have the boron nitride paste, it isn't going to work. You need this paste because the way that the hot end heater cartridge and thermistor or PT100 thermocouple pot in these is you need to use the paste to seal them, because they just slip fit in there. There's a nut on each end to keep them from falling out, but nothing to actually keep them in place. So you have to use the paste. That's one of the reasons people like the Dragon, is you don't have to worry about that. So. Yeah, the TL and anything that will fit in a V6 will fit in the Mosquito. It uses the same V6 spec nozzle as well. But yeah. Yeah, you could plug it. Yeah, I guess you could plug it if you really wanted to, honestly. Um, but honestly, I kind of understand why they did it, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Like that's why, like this guy, the sliced mosquito will live in this guy. And if I do build a high temp V1, I will put my other sliced mosquito in it because they are great hot ends. Don't get me wrong, they are great hot ends. But the dragon does what they do, and a V6 will do what they do, just a little bit slower. And you just need a little bit more fan. Like, and you can't do one-handed nozzle changes. But in terms of, the average person who just prints benchies and other random stuff off Thingiverse in PLA on an Ender 3, as long as it doesn't jam on you, it's fine. So. Yeah, that's honestly the downside of the mosquito. A lot of people have that issue with the them just being a mess to work with. Plus, it's not like, oh, hey, I burnt out, I broke a thermistor, I broke a heater cartridge, I need to swap it. You can't just undo a screw, pull it out, put it in a new one. You have to undo the screw. You have to somehow get it out. Yeah, I've had to bang them out. You have to clean the hole now because you got little bits of the leftover material in there. Then you got to put the new one in with the boron nitride. You got to wait for it to set, harden. It's just more of a pain. Like if I have a purpose-built machine printing PEEK all day, it's a great hot end for that. It's perfect for that. But, for your average home gamer, it's a little overbuilt. Build question, does the bed sit directly on the rails or on top of a heat pad or okay. So you're supposed to have it spaced. Let's go camera. Woo. You can kind of see it right there, but I have spacers. So you are supposed to have spacers. The actual spec spacer is, let's see if I have one. I don't have any. Oh, I do. So according to the Voron bomb, this is your spec spacer. It's a M4 knurled nut. So an M3 screw passes right through it. These are usually like stainless, and it sits like that, and the bed sits on top, and that's all you need. You can get fancy if you want. This guy just uses standard stainless steel spacers. On Tallboy, you can kind of see the spacers right there. They're pink. Those are actually fiberboard. They're compressed fiberglass insulation that I cut little pucks out of and drilled a hole in them. And that's what I use for the standoffs on that, just to try and prevent heat from getting into the bed. Because you don't want, you don't want to use aluminum or something that's really good at heat transfer, because the heat will transfer into your extrusions, and that may cause your extrusions to expand and change shape over the course of a print, may throw your bed out a little bit. That's another reason you'll see a lot of people with Vorons recommend doing a 10-minute heat soak before printing, especially enclosed before you do ABS. Metal expands when it heats up. So if your printer is fully enclosed and a lot of the metal is inside the printer, along with your belts and your motors and everything, and you crank the temperature up, those first few layers, things will still kind of be getting to its equilibrium. So letting it do a 10-minute heat soak before you hit start print allows everything to kind of get to its happy home, so it doesn't change during the print. Now, I've never, it's not like I've sat put this on a granite slab, put a Mitutoyo micrometer on the top here, and heated it up to see how much the whole thing grew under temperature. But like, steel grows 3 thou an inch for every 100 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly. Stuff expands under heat. So you kind of want everything to be at temp before doing stuff. Preheat filament. Don't preheat filament. Not a good idea to preheat filament, especially after, or I'll get onto that later. Spec bed is, it's 5/16 bed. It's spec. Tallboy has a 1/4 inch bed. It's fine. It's just with the 1/4 inch. It might taco sooner than a 5/16. So anyways, preheating filament is not a good idea because your filament is your flow control, okay? If your filament is preheated, it's going to be weaker, it's going to compress more, it's going to be softer, bend. Your gear teeth for your extruder won't be able to push it as well. It's like pushing TPU basically, you know. So you don't want to preheat your filament. You would actually want your filament to be as stiff and unmalleable as possible until the moment it hits your hot end. At that point, it's okay to melt it because you kind of need to at that point. But your filament is your flow control, right? And making it harder to control your flow is going to be harder to print. That's why you've seen people, that's why, not people, you see designs where you have a direct drive extruder. For instance, this is direct feed. Direct feed means that the extruder extrudes directly into the hot end or as close as possible. Yeah, there's a 28 millimeter Bowden tube between the hot end and the extruder, close enough. But direct feed is that. Direct drive is when the drive gear that pushes your filament is directly on the motor itself. 3D printing terms are horrible. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, oh, that doesn't make sense. But direct drive is when the extruder gear is on the motor. Motors get hot, and I've seen cases where the extruder motor got so hot that the gear softened the filament and it couldn't push the filament anymore. I believe some of the Prusa's had that issue back in the day. So you kind of, I'm a big fan of disconnecting the motor from the actual drive of pushing the filament because that prevents heat going through. Now, the reason I don't like the Hemera, because the Hemera, not only you have to deal with the heat sink, trying to keep heat creep from being a thing and keeping the filament cold, it also has a motor strap to the back of it that is dumping heat into the heat sink as well. So, yeah. Like, yes, I get they're trying to make it too compact, but you need heat breaks and space for some reason. Plus, you can live with 28 millimeters of Bowden tube. That's the end of the world. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it there. So somebody said nachos. I'm not going to order nachos. It's 12:30 in the morning. I'm going to go make some nachos, though. I do have nachos and cheese. I'm going to go have a rum and coke. I don't know where I'm going to put this printer now because I have Switchwire and Tallboy on my desk. But I think we're going to call it there. So let's see here. We have 80 viewers and 81 likes. I like that. No, Raymond, you can't have it. Yet. I have more printers than I need, and I probably won't sell any of them. Put this printer in the other room. I got to clear. It's still a bedroom, so I got to figure it out. I got a bunch of other stuff. Did I get it working? Ryan Thorpe. Yes, I'm going to end the stream in a minute. Feel free to go back and watch it. We got it working. We printed a squirrel. It is a squirrel. Look at the squirrel. Will it focus that close? Focus. Focus. Squirrel. 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 Look at that first layer. Probably a little close. I don't care. So anyways, why don't you build and sell? Nobody got time for that. I would have to sell these for like four grand. Yes, but the panel do. Yeah, I need to get the panel do working because right now the panel do, which I love the panel do, doesn't do anything because it can't talk to Klipper. Okay, so you guys have a good night. Go have a drink, eat some food, go to bed. I don't know wherever you are in the world. It depends. You could be getting up right now for all I know, or you could be watching this stream later date. Yay. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need a drink. You guys have a great night. Enjoy your Sunday. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. And, how do I end my streams? Did I just shut it off? No, I didn't. Okay. Apparently, I have a button on my keyboard that turns off all my monitors. I did not know that. I thought I turned off the computer. Anyways, you guys have a good night. take care, and have a nice day.